The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
The day will come when we recapture our destiny, and sorry won't be good enough. These are the Knights of the White Table. I'm really honored to be able to serve white well-being with you heroes and be able to stand against the attacks on Western kind, Western civilization. The great news about yesterday, the thing that should absolutely fill you with excitement for white well-being, is that the anti-whites revealed something to us yesterday that we could have never found out on our own. We don't have the technology at our fingertips. We don't have the wealth at our fingertips. We don't have the social capital or the connections at our fingertips. They reveal something to us that we could have never discovered on our own. With their wealth, with their power, with their connections in government, with their anti-white stooges throughout the tech industry who were just anti-white at every level of those businesses, tapping down into the lives, into all of the lives of whites, not just in the United States, but all across the West, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, they were talking not just about the United States, they were talking about the entire West, all of Western civilization. They tap down into all of your lives, and they see what you're looking at, and they know what you're doing, and they know with their predictive models what you're thinking, and what you will be thinking tomorrow. And what did they reveal to us about that? They just revealed that tomorrow is ours. The white masses of millions across the West are turning to us. They're turning to white well-being. The anti-whites know it. They see it with all of their algorithms, with all of their programs, with all of their invasive programs, and all of their snooping and stooging into everything you look and buy and do and say and share. They know that you are not happy. They know that the millions of middle-class, working-class whites across the entire Western civilization are unhappy with a prospect of an anti-white, non-white Western civilization, and that they are beginning now to revoke their loyalty, to take that loyalty back from these entities, the governments, the churches, the universities, and that they are looking elsewhere for answers. They know way in advance that this is happening. They can see it. Their actuaries have plotted it. Today is not ours, but tomorrow is. Now I say at the end of this stream, as I said at the beginning, now is the time to redouble our efforts, to triple our efforts, to get to these people with this doctrine of white well-being, not another slogan of conservatism, not another pathetic ideology, or another new flag, or another new right this, or new right that, or alt-right this, not another campaign slogan, not another nothing that loses again and again. This curative contagion for white well-being, this is what the soil is written for. This is what will turn our people to our cause so that we can recapture our destiny. Let's be there for them. This is what the anti-whites revealed to us yesterday. It is not black pills, folks. It is white pills. It is a positivity. It is a rising dawn in the West. And I now take up the sword of this conflict, and I stride with purpose into that shining light of that western sunrise, into a soil that grows richer by the minute, that is made clear to us with wealth and technology and invasion and privacy that the anti-whites have, and that they know and have affirmed for us yesterday in that committee hearing, that tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free. When we recapture our destiny, sorry won't be good enough. Those individuals who stood out against the time, we look back and we're like, that is an extraordinary person. It takes an extraordinary constitution and character to be able to do that. And we have handfuls and handfuls of these people here in service to white well-being, each of them the equivalent of tens of thousands of audience members. How do we recapture our destiny? Forget about that. The question is, how do we put one foot in front of the other? That mountain peak of recapturing our destiny isn't going anywhere. We just need to walk toward it. We just need to head that direction. I will help us put one foot in front of the other. I'll need you to help us to put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us. And by being active in this cause, by making a contribution, by doing a little thing every day or every other day or every 3 or 4 or 5 days, by doing something, you, instead of being depressed, you will be filled with energy. You will be filled with the ideas and the excitement that things can be done. You can be a success. You can help us reach that hill, the top of that hill. You can help us surmount that mountain and recapture our destiny. The northern star, my friends, hangs right above that mountain top. And when we get there, it'll be in hand's grasp. We just have to take those steps. So let's take them together. Let's have those who are interested in helping me with this minutes segment. I have a lot of things going on right now. But I'll never stop taking on more to the cause of white well-being. This is my life. If you've read Born Guilty, you know where I come from. You know how this got started for me. And you know it is bone of my bone, marrow of my marrow, spirit of my spirit. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. All right, Phoenix Fire, super chatting by way of the familiar alternative, $5. I hope this works here. Thank you very much, Dean, for the kind super chat. Bless you. Stiff salute from ETN Healing, man. We love you. That is so epic. When I opened that, I was like, oh my God, this champion. 1,000. Things are getting exciting. This is why the anti-whites are trying to shut us down. This is why they hate the process of going free. There are participants in service to white well-being that are truly just in. They are in it to win. They are in this game. They want to be the hero in our story. They're writing themselves into our story, our book, as the most glorious of heroes. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. Tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free. We get the opportunity to be heroes. We'll stand in this gap and be the men of the West and women of the West who we need. Now is the age. Now is the time.
Trying to tear us apart, They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll dark, the way is lost, my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Test, test. A seasonal contest pits two competitors in a fight to the finish. But nature interrupts their competitive bloodlust with a terrifying surprise of her own. Fueled by whimsical memories of youthful vigor and black box pharmaceuticals, Roth protects himself and his work with hate, the good kind, and high-powered firearms. His adversary, Lucifer, brings little more to the contest than a spade and dismissive, self-righteous contempt.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
Well, let's see if the audio is working now. No changes here, but that's how it works. We can overcome anything. at the Church of the West? Let me know. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a microphone working. Feature stories today: asked to rig the election, and Manosphere Tates, life in prison. We can only hope. Rich whites hire others to bathroom train. What's going on with that? Lesson of the day: face anti-whiteism. Your comments and questions. And then I think this is working. And then there's this. Jerry took his wife to Subway. He asked the young lady to make him a sandwich, and she said, "No problem, sir." Jerry turned to his wife and said, "See? How fucking hard was that?" Now we just have to see, is the mic and the video synced up or are they way off? Just let me know. Just let me know. As you can see, Jerry's wife, Jerry's girlfriend, Jerry's kids, apparently. That's what life is like. Jerry's kids, if you remember that. Great to see everybody here today. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And I want you to reach out to me and tag me as No White Guilt if this is even working. Are we working? Is it working? It says his Eagle Heart says it's good. I hope it is good. I hope it's matched up, and we are in the right lane when it comes to audio and video. Perfectly synced, Samuski says. Great to hear it. So great to be here. Yeah, it was I started talking even before there was no indication that there was any audio going through, and I was like, why is this? So I'm like trying to figure this out. And I'm sure you all on your end, you're just seeing the avatar there, no talking. You probably thought I was delivering the totality of but I was ferociously trying to figure out what the hell the issue was. But we've got things figured out, I think. And we are ready to move forward with our hebdomadal gathering of the week, our Sunday Church of the West. It is so glorious to be here with every single one of you. Tag me as @ No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. Do that across the platforms that we are on today, including the ones that you can financially gift on, which are the app that permits cash, the Subscribe Star, and of course the Premium Rumble is up and running, and we might have a new source for financial gifting. Stick around and you'll see. Giuseppe says he remembers Jerry's kids. Well, apparently Jerry married one of those women and he dates them, and I've heard all guys that we're all dating them. We're all dating Jerry's kids. They're all just interested in themselves and too dumb to ever learn. That's the reality of it. Too dumb to ever learn and too selfish to care, right? That's how it works. So you can financially gift on those platforms. You can also tag on X, which we can see here for the first time in like months. For the first time in months, we have the Ivan. There you see, finally, for the first time in months, comments are showing up. And of course, the very first champion that was there was Ivan Ziagaba, Smerja Whiteism. Also there, God bless you. Thank you so much. Janitor of White Noir over there. I don't know what you're talking about. So he's not saying hello, but he appears to be talking about something. I don't know what it is. And you got the Great Clean One over there as well. Thank you so much. So you can tag me there and you can repost over there. I hope it will matter. And you can tag me on YouTube. Remember, when you do, switch on over to live chat rather than top chat. And you also have the option of Odyssey, which is up and running. So you want to keep an eye on that as well. And is that it? I guess that's it. The Dean of Danger is here. Good to see you, champion. Good to see you. Craig is here. Sean is here. Celine is here. Julian is here. Yes, the Unifier. Franklinator is here. We mentioned Eagle Heart. Thank you, brother. And Samuski. Ancestral Wolf. Thank you all for coming by for our soiree on Sundays. It is the Sunday soiree. And that's what we get together for, the people who are the only people who are serious and doing anything real in service to white well-being. White Girl is here. Hello and welcome. We like the white girls, don't we? For White Well-Being is in the house. Good to see you, champion. And let's see, who else do we have here? Of course, we know we got the great biospirit of the West is here. Lambda is here. So interesting. So audio must have come through even when it wasn't indicating to me that audio was working. Isn't that strange? Marilyn is here. Hello and welcome to you. Good to see you. White Wolf. Very cool name. It's our Sunday soiree. You have stopped by for the Sunday soiree, Church of the West. And so delighted to have you. We have a bunch of interesting things to talk about. This week, Trump coming out. Beyond Ether. Ether is here. Hello and salute Promethean hails to you. Trump coming out this week. We're going to be talking about it. And the biggest news imaginable, the evidence of elections being stolen in the United States and elsewhere in the world, the exact same tools and the evidence to run down the theft of elections and how it works and how it operates. And yes, Mark Collett in your community, China paying for anti-whiteism. Aren't you embarrassed now? Egg on your face. If you had any dignity, you would be embarrassed. If you had any shame, you would be embarrassed. You remember all of these people losing their shit, and they're like, no, it's all the dose. It's the dose. It's the dose. And we point out that China also pays for anti-whiteism, not just a percentage of Jews that are anti-white or a percentage of whites that are anti, but China, the country, paying for it. And they're like, ha, ha, ha. Isn't that funny? He says that China pays. China pays, you dumb motherfuckers. China pays for anti-whiteism, yes. So it's time to admit and apologize, but they're not going to admit and to apologize because they're shameless gooners. That's the problem. So you won't hear from a bunch of shameless gooners. We're the only real people doing anything serious out there. Everybody else is playing. You know, I saw a comment, and it reminded me of the exact same kind of comments that I've seen forever in the white resentment sphere. And that is a guy writing, well, what we really need to do is raise an army. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, this permeates every other circle, every other audience. This kind of low IQ bullshittery. I swear to God, I am so sick and tired of this horse shit. They're like, well, what we need to do is raise an army. Go back to civilization on your video game. Go back to playing video games. We are the only serious community. In all seriousness, you know, I get fired up but sometimes it just smacks me. It just smacks me like the Red Sea coming together on a bunch of chariots. It just smacks me like, holy shit, we are the only serious community in service to white well-being. Do you ever realize that? Do you ever think about that? There aren't a bunch of endeavors all going the same direction. No, there's a bunch of children in adult bodies that are saying things like, oh, we need to raise an army. We need to, no. Stop ever talking again. Stop ever talking. Yes, I am looking for better. Yes, I am. Write me some more stuff. Joe is with us. Good to see you. All right. With only serious community out there, you can donate to the only serious foundation in service to white well-being, and that is the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Head on over there. It's a 501c3. It's the white man's ADL. It's the white man's NAACP. Head on over there and become a part of White Positivity, the only serious endeavor. There are a lot of unserious endeavors out there. Every other endeavor, let's face it, is unserious, is not doing anything serious. It doesn't have an adult, a serious approach to the work of the recapture of our destiny. So I'm sick of playing the games. So let's get into our first items here, which I think something very exciting is this. Josh Kerr breaks 27-year record for world's fastest mile. Take a look at that guy. Did you even hear about this? This is totally epic. If this guy were non-white, every white woman would know his name right now. There's a new world record in the world of running. At the Diamond League meet in London on Saturday, Scottish runner, in other words, one of our white brothers, Josh Kerr posted a blazing 3:42.66 mile to break a 27-year men's record. So almost 30 years, the record for the mile has been held by Hashim El Gurouj, who ran it at 3:43.13. Almost 30-year-long record. And practically zero news. Nobody's talking about this white man. If he had been black, he would be in every woman's face. If he had been Hispanic, every woman's face. If he had been non-white of any variety, in every white woman's face. The white race, you would see a bunch of white beta males at bars everywhere, and they'd be like, cheers to non-white whatever, because they would want the white women to decide to have sex with them because they're so sycophantic and servile to non-white males. So sycophantic and servile. Instead, though, it's a white man blazing time, and nobody has told us. So let's celebrate this guy. 07s, raucous emojis for this champion, blazing 3:42.66. He destroyed the record. He said in March that he was aiming to break the record, and he did just that in front of 60,000 fans at London Stadium. It's very overwhelming with the amount of hype I created. It's silly to call the attempt that early because there's a lot of things which can go wrong, but I am surrounded by amazing people and was able to stay consistent and put the work in. Absolutely magnificent. If I am to leave my mark on the spot as a British legend, no, as a white legend, that's what comes first. As a Westman legend, a legend of Western kind, that's what comes first. Following in the footsteps of legends behind me, I have to put in those performances. Those performances take every single part of you, every single part of your team. I love this. I couldn't be happier about this. This guy, absolute blazing champion. God bless him. God bless the white race. Celebrate the white race. Big salutes. That's how you start a Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you start a Sunday gathering. Big salutes. Let's jump on over to something less celebratory. Anti-whites of X. Thank you, good brother. Got this item to me, and I am happy he did. I'm happy he did because Robbie Starbuck is an anti-white piece of shit. That's what he is. He says here, he loves the Fisher King down here. Deportations get harder. The less American the United States become, you have more and more people who view aggressive border enforcement assimilation policies and deportations as directed against them. Who cares? So Starbuck decides to come in there and reveal his true anti-white character. He's been anti-white all along. I think we can look to the not certainly not all, but we have to really look for evidence of identity and servitude and loyalty to Western kind in the United States if a person considers themselves maybe only mildly white, or if they have a non-white spouse or whatever it is. Because here you have somebody like Robbie Starbuck who refuses to identify as white. That's fine. He's not white, according to him, and his wife not white. Okay, so he decides he's going to share here, and this is why he won't focus on anti-whiteism. This is why he wants to use all of these other abstractionist terms. This is why he wants to give the anti-whites the names of their taking. He wants to refer to it as DEI. He doesn't want to refer to it as anti-whiteism. Why? Because Robbie Starbuck does not want to empower white people. He doesn't want to. He just wants fame and fortune and sex for himself by getting all of these followers and the Trump administration and other key Republican figures to endorse, support, name him, etc. That's what he wants for himself, and the white race can just go to hell. He's not worried about the white race. He's not worried about America remaining America. America can't be America if it's composed of Latinos, Robbie. That's not America. America is Western civilization, i.e. the white race. He says he loves this Fisher character. He says, but it's one of my favorite accounts. His premise is correct, but I love a contrary view. But I have a contrary view to his conclusion. One that won't be very popular with some, but I think it's true and will come to fruition. One day, America will elect a Bukele, not on my dead fucking body. We are absolutely not becoming a Central South American Latino shit show of a country. Robbie, absolutely not. Shove Bukele up your brown ass. That's what I've got for you, Robbie Starbuck. Take your brown ass and your jet black hair and fuck off back to Puerto Rico, wherever the fuck you come from. That's not what we're doing in this country. That's not what we're doing in the West. One of these days, it's going to be a Latino country. I don't think so. No allyship with you, buddy. He says he'll be Latino or mixed Latino. Is that what you want? You want a fucking Brazil in Central and South America for your United States? Is that what you want? Not me. I'm not having it. These people are not my allies. Not a single one of them. He'll be the one to mass deport. What a lie. What an absolute lie. He'll mass deport mestizos. Bullshit. He'll identify with them. He'll need their votes. He ain't going to mass deport. Massive numbers. While defanging this is a racist narrative. Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened? Robbie Starbuck. Every non-white person who speaks out against anti-whiteism gets called white supremacist. Every non-white person who does anything to undermine and trouble anti-whiteism, the march of the ages to the infliction of injury on Western kind, every single time they get called Nazis. They get called collaborators. So you don't defang the racist charge. Well, according to Robbie Starbuck's, this icon of cuckservatism, according to his thinking, all the leaders of the right wing need to be non-white because then the anti-whites on the left can't call them racists. That white race, white cucks out there, is that what you want? Is that what you want? Is that really the direction you want to go? We'll make them all non-white. All the leadership will be non-white because then none of them can be called racist, except they always are. Except any getting in the way of anti-whiteism results in those exact same kind of charges. You all know I hate DEI. Well, I hate you, Robbie. That's who I hate. Take your cuckservative, non-white cuckservative brand of conservatism. I mean, can you imagine this? 1950s conservatism, and this is what you get now. You can take it and shove it up your brown ass. Not interested in this bullshit. 94,000 views on this shit. You all know I hate DEI and why Trump hasn't found a competent, eloquent, Latino strongman to run deportations still mystifies me. He needs to put in the whitest, squarest jawed and head, kraut descendant white man in that position, and then start with your Latino ass and shove it out into the Gulf of America. That's what he needs to do. It eviscerates the left's only attack point. It eviscerates their only attack. So Robbie is acknowledging that the attack is on white people. What an absolute vile piece of shit. You know what? Fuck you, Robbie Starbuck. Fuck you. And fuck all the conservatives that follow Robbie Starbuck. He is acknowledging the attack is only on white people. And then he's saying, well, I'm never going to mention that it's on white people. I'll just acknowledge that the attack is only on white people in order to make an argument that my fellow Latinos should be put in charge. What a fucking piece of shit. These content creators that are given voice for the resistance to our victimization, this is what they look like. This is what they, swarthy motherfuckers, this is what they look like. Showing up and they're like, hey, I'll never mention that this is anti-whiteism, that it's anti-white, that it's an attack on white people, except when I make the argument that all of our leadership should be Latino, just like me, because they can't call them white racists. And that's the only attack that the left has, is it attacks white people. So it can't attack Latino leadership. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You have more and more people. Oh, no, the show, it's up here. Latino strongman deportation still mystifies me. It eviscerates the left's only attack and provides cultural permission. Cultural permission. So that's how he's getting around it's just the white people being attacked. To the permission. Permission from who? Do you think the anti-whites are going to give you permission, you dumb Latino motherfucker? I think you've been standing out in the sun too long. I think that's what's been happening, Robbie Starbuck. I think you've been out in the sun too long. You get the anti-whites are going to say, oh, you got us by our principles. Well, guess we're just going to have to let you win this time. Provides cultural permission to the more sensitive, moderate female voters. One of the only times I'd ever advocate for hiring someone of a certain background. So there you have Robbie Starbuck. He despises DEI, except when it benefits his fellow Latinos. That's cuck-conservatism for you, folks. Another cuck conservative leader, and he's telling you, oh, he despises. Are you surprised now that he doesn't want to call it anti-whiteism? Oh, because he wants his fellow Latinos in these roles. So fire the white man for that. Fine. Just don't discriminate against the Latinos. So it's going to be DEI forevermore for Robbie Starbuck and his ugly ass wife. That's what it's going to be. This is conservative leadership. the only time I would recommend hiring people on the basis of their race when it's somebody of my race. And the future Bukele, he says, will have overwhelming U.S. citizen Latino support. So that's his final sentence, which disproves his first paragraph, that the Bukele is that's going to govern the white race, that the Latino leadership, and these are all, by the way, when you get into the anti-Jew sphere, it's a bunch of these Latinos. They see Jews as a competitive people in the United States, and they want to knock the Jews off of the pedestal so that they can assume leadership of the United States. That's their thinking. That's what Robbie Starbuck is telling you right there. And then he's saying, lying to you white people, that Latino strongman that they put in, he'll get rid of all the Latinos, except in his final sentence, he acknowledges what I say there, that Bukele is going to need all of those Latinos in America to vote for him. Goddamn white race. We're the only serious endeavor here. We are the only serious endeavor. It's absolutely sickening. White Dragon is with us. Good to see you. Thank you for saying hello over there on X. So, we have a piece of good news. And let me see if I have this to share with you. Oh, yes, I do. I am now on Buy Me a Coffee.
Join the coffee army. Today we march. 1 cup, 1 donation, 1 step at a time. Tomorrow we stand stronger, ready to face whatever challenges come next, knowing we have the fuel and the support to keep going. The army grows with every generous contribution. Who will you be? A private? A captain? A general? Your support powers the troops, lifts the creators on the front lines, and turns solitary work into a shared mission. Enlist today. Fuel the march. Help us build something lasting. The Coffee Army marches on, and we'd be honored to have you with us.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I am finally on Buy Me a Coffee. I am back. I guess I should say back. We're back. We're back. Real. True. There we are. You can find me on Buy Me a Coffee. You look down into the description on YouTube. You will find the link for Buy Me a Coffee. And you can join the fight. God bless you all for wanting to be a part of the work that we are doing here. Let's get to our quick news and laughs. I mean, this graph, this is a real graph, and we've all seen it. Just screen capture it. Keep that on your phone. Anybody saying it wasn't stolen, just look at this. It was fucking stolen. This is what it looks like. No audio for it. Well, you didn't need the guy, actually. Thank you for that, Brent. You didn't actually need the guy to hear the guy there. We'll see if it works now. All kinds of audio problems today because I'm having other issues and not able to keep it all running. Thank you, Beyond and Brand Danger, Azimuth Clark. This is all you got to see. Is there audio for me or no audio for me either? Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? We'll see if you can hear me, and then we will. Okay, can hear me. Well, this is the only graph you need to show folks about whether or not the election was stolen in 20. Not to mention that more people voted in the history of voting for Biden, and then Donald Trump won the subsequent election as well. So Donald Trump won that election. As you can see here, this does not happen. This is absolutely impossible. I guess I have to say, in my opinion, because I'm sure while cucks like Benny Johnson will be allowed to say all kinds of even slurs for transgenders, he can get away with. I'm not able to get away with it. So this is all you got to show. The election was stolen. End of conversation. You don't stop the voting, and then suddenly, an hour later, every single vote goes to Joe Biden. More votes in the history of man for a candidate to a guy that was practically retarded, legitimately medically retarded. Not happening. My neighbor Mike always tells me too much. Let's see, I can't even see this myself. Hey man, you got a ladder I can borrow real quick? Yeah, bud, come on over. Let yourself in. I'm hung over in bed. Hell of a night. Had too many. Poor choices were made. Slept with someone I shouldn't have. She was a large woman, but only 4 feet tall. Everyone at the bar calls her the barrel. No one to blame but myself. See you soon. I'd say he shares a little too much. Oh my God, this demon thing is running around the countryside.
What am I looking at?
It is, well, it's not going to play it anymore. It's a spider coon. It's a animal with a short spine syndrome that I have dubbed spider coon. I took this picture for my wife, and she called me a pig and got all mad. And I said, how could you be mad at me? I've never seen a dog driving a car before. Yes. Oh, this is pretty good. These are the Latinos that are going to control your future if you allow conservatives like Robbie Starbuck to have their way.
Hello, Mr. George. How much you pay for the new guy? $20? No, too much money.
Hello, Mr. George. How much you pay for the new guy? $20? Oh, too much. They're fighting. They're fighting on the roof. Maybe you could spare them a quarter.
And this is the anti-whiteism, but remember, it's just the dues. Here you have Tim Walz, and he's defending his decision to pardon an illegal alien who raped so a non-white, anti-white terrorist in our country, who Robbie Starbuck would like to have your voting majority in America, so that we could have a Bukele. Great. So he decided to pardon that guy, and he said here, did him being convicted for raping this little girl, did it do anything for him? Did it do anything for us? Did it make us safer by convicting him of pedophilic rape? Did it do anything to improve the idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day? You shouldn't be judged by your worst day. So I wonder if somebody were to blow his fucking head off, if his relatives would say, well, that was probably their worst day, and so they shouldn't be judged by that. But this guy's fine. These anti-white pigs are fine with you coming to the conclusion that if you're victimizing white people who aren't radically anti-white, like Tim No Balls Walls, then you cannot be judged by your worst day, because it was only one day. I mean, if a guy were to blow his head off, then it would be really only his worst half of a second, because that's how long it took him to pull the trigger. Think of all the full seconds that he lived in his life that he wasn't blowing his head off. Think about, isn't that amazing? Why should he be punished for that? Walls? This is the life of a gamer. And I'm going to say every white male gamer out there, you know who you are. Take a look at the timestamp here. 3 p.m., 34 minutes. 2 minutes later, 3 p.m., 36 minutes. Hey, want to play some ZS? My girl's here, man. We got other things to do right now, if you know what I mean. We can play after. 2 minutes later, all right, I'm here. Let's go. Gamers, Gen Z. Silicone testicles, a medical breakthrough for Republican senators. Take a look at the trans meatloaf that's running up there in Maine. Got a little video.
I ran for office.
Asked here, what makes you qualified? This is the Star Wars cantina that anti-whiteism has given us, and all of the other unserious efforts to resist it, which is why we're obviously here. This is what it's resulted in the leadership in Maine asked what qualifies him, her, I don't know what he goes by. What qualifies them for the job? Well, I've run for election many times and lost. I wrote my own book, and I write song lyrics.
Several times. Didn't win, but he did run. And then...
By the way, this guy also claims that he has periods out of his ass. And again, I don't know if he wants to be called a female or not. I don't know. Or if he wants to be called a they. I don't know. I haven't read, so I have no way of knowing. But I do know that he says that he gets rectal bleeding. So here you have a guy with Crohn's disease claiming that he's menstruating.
I'm a songwriter, and then I write my own books, and then I suppose my transparency, I wouldn't lie to the people, and I wouldn't deceive the people like we're being deceived right now. Like, we get lied to, smoke and mirrors, like what's going on with ICE. And I suppose the biggest thing is, like, I'm just an angry citizen now, and if I got elected, I'd be an angry senator.
Well, didn't specify whether he or she wants to be called a he or she. Let's give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. Big salute. Big salutes to Stop Anti-Whiteism. Here's some more conservative bullshit for you. This conservative female here says, oh, hell yes. Black voters humiliate Michigan Dem socialists. So this is the conservative line. These blacks that don't like the, quote, socialism or Marxism, don't like it because they see white people.
The Democrat socialist candidate out of Michigan has been blindsided by a new nightmare poll that shows black voters are rejecting socialism. So Michigan's Democrat socialist Senate candidate is losing.
All you've got to do is convince blacks that they'll continue to get paid like they're getting paid by the Democrat Party. And this conservative white female wants to celebrate that. Blacks rejecting the socialists, as though these blacks out in the ghetto in their numbers have sat down and read about communism and Marxism and socialism, and they've come to the conclusion that they choose the liberty of America. Doobies, the liberty of America over communism. And so, boy, they're so based. They're just looking for their Gibbs, you dumb conservative bitch. They see white people. This black guy probably even says it. I bet you this black guy said, if not in this clip, then somewhere else.
Black voters 67-21. Bernie lost them 86-14 in South Carolina. Mondani lost the majority black precincts in his primary election. And here's the irony. Democrat Socialists of America say they are the movement that will protect marginalized communities. However, those same communities have rejected this movement in every primary for almost a decade. So the question is, who is the DSA really for? Well, We know the answer to that already.
Hmm?
It's for the rich, educated, progressive women voters who think they can save the day.
Ah.
So it seems to me.
So he's talking about whites, white people. So blacks are looking on these socialist, Marxist, communist, Democrat, Socialists of America endeavors, and they're seeing a lot of white people, and they see, oh, I don't think I'm gonna get my gives out of that, motherfucker. You know, they're super distrusting. They want to keep the tap open. Of course, not every single one, but a large percentage of the population, and they reject all of the white people. If you got rid of the white people in the socialism, Marxism, communism leadership, and you replace it with a bunch of non-whites, especially blacks, then blacks would vote the hell out of it. What a joke. This woman and Starbuck, they should get lost on an island far from America. Here you have a female singing anti-white male music to her white female audience. And then you got this guy. This guy says that he criticizes this. He's a non-white guy. He says he's non-white.
Every day. The lighting brought to you by men. Therapist, mother maid. The sound system brought to you by men.
Look at right here. Ardent White. She says by white men to correct him.
And a virgin. The copper wiring mined from the earth by men and turned into wiring in factories by men. Just a servant, just an appendage. The building built by men. Live to attend in. The elevated stage you walk upon built by the hard labor of men. So they never a finger. So that he never lifts a finger. The most ironic lyrics ever funneled through a microphone. And the electricity, the plumbing, the car you drive, the oil, everything that made your life convenient and livable was made possible through the hard labor of men. But yet, never lifts a finger. Okay, not a problem. How about this finger? Does this help? Does this help the situation? A 24/7 baby machine. Your victim card has been officially declined. You're on a stage, probably not pregnant, because nobody's forcing you to give birth. You're not a 24-hour baby machine. Also, what a fucking insult to all the women who have a lot of children by their own choice. So he can live out his picket fence dreams. 92.3% of intensive labor job deaths victims are men. Maybe these men actually do deserve a picket fence. But God forbid you even dream about it. It's not an act of love if you make her sing it.
This is where if in a game of Warcraft you would drop a bomb.
The women scream that men make them do too much labor. Meanwhile, men are disproportionately dominant in the hard, intensive labor market. Who are the people who are doing too much labor actually? Your HR does not cut any of these. Understand? Also, on a side note, this song is lyrically, instrumentally, rhythmically, and every other way the most horrible, ugly song I have heard in my entire life. What an absolute ear rape.
It's all done by white men. And there you have a entire stadium, all of what that guy articulated, built by white men, the metals mined by white men, processed by white men, transported by white men, transformed into different things in the world. And you have a stadium full of white women disrespecting white men. If animals had eyes in the front. There are a couple others, but none of them is as hilarious as this pigeon. I would definitely want him to live near me. I don't think he would live too long with eyes on the front. I might have to invite him inside. Oh, the children and their honesty.
Why'd you draw the dress so big?
'Cause you're fat. 'Cause you're fat.
'Cause you're fat. Yes. Love the honesty of the children. Now, listen closely to Stephen Miller here. I want you to listen really closely. He's talking about the, quote, leftists. We call them anti-whites. I want you to watch or listen very closely how he defines them. I mean, really close. Because you've probably heard it somewhere before, long before him giving this speech. You probably read it somewhere long before in a particular book.
This is fundamentally motivated by envy, by hatred, by jealousy.
Whoa, you probably heard that somewhere.
The leftist looks at what is beautiful and what is good.
What we call beautiful and good.
And what is natural. And is filled with envy and hatred.
Filled with envy and hatred. I know I've heard that somewhere before. I told you, he's standing in front of the presidential seal, and he deserves to be a part of this administration. He's a brilliant guy, and he has this exactly right, doesn't he? He's not identifying them with the terminology, the verbiage that would enable the white race. He's Jewish, but that would enable the white race to fight this entity. So he's going to be inclined to refer to them as leftists and to generalize beauty and etc. But that's exactly what's happening.
The leftist looks at a perfect family with the perfect life and a perfect job and perfect kids that goes to church every Sunday.
He's even talking about us, because you know he's not talking about Jewish people when he's talking about go to church every Sunday.
And is filled with a feeling of inadequacy and jealousy, and they covet, and they turn those emotions ultimately into a desire to subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering.
Is that not what we see? Is that not what I've been saying for decades?
It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way, in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why? You look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see an Antifa protest. Why did the people that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal-looking person among them? Every one of them, through the course of their life and their decisions, has scarred their body and their appearance in many different ways, to the point in which their outer appearance becomes a manifestation of their inner hatred. Trust your instincts.
So they've what we would say white flighted. They've white flighted externally because internally they're anti-white.
To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is. You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know that children are precious and beautiful and must be protected. You know that the criminal and the junkie and the predator is a threat to normal, healthy living. This is so much deeper than issues about taxation and regulation, although they're incredibly important. It's about normal, healthy, ordered living.
And that is a product of our instinct projected into our world. Take a listen to this. This woman is in a bookstore and I guess is part of a skit, but listen to her voice. Can you recognize that? Speaks to your spirit if you're white. If you're not white, you'll find it amazing, wonderful, etc. But if you're white, that speaks to your spirit. And that's what anti-whites, what Stephen Miller was just talking about, wage war against. The spirit of the West. Everything he was articulating is reducible to the projection of the spirit of the West in its aggregate is Western culture. What I looked like when my mom told me, quote, they're just jealous of you. Holy shit! Donald Trump reveals China helped steal the 2020 election. A new declassification.
Of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence areas of concern.
Amazing. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, big salutes. Posting this. Arrest the abort the white children, import their demonize the white identity. That's what they look like, all right. Stephen Miller was just talking about them.
Women are tearing apart this country with the help of a dangerous ally, weak men. We always call out men for being too aggressive, too violent, or too predatory, aren't we? But nobody ever talks about women's main problems. Their emotions running wild and destroying everything when there's no one to put them in check. You think I'm exaggerating? Look what's happening with all of the criminals who commit crime after crime and get let free by female judges. Look at what's happening with confused preteens or teenagers getting mutilating surgeries and hormone blockers. And how about teachers pushing toxic agenda on little kids? And it's mostly women driving this nonsense. And men are to blame too for being so weak and passive and not putting a stop to it. We've lost the sacred balance that we so desperately need. We have lost our polarity. Men are supposed to be strong and steady enough to set limits and protect against this kind of destructive emotional chaos.
Okay, so you see the problem with what she said. So much truth right there, but you see the problem. Men cannot put limits on women until we change the social morality. You put limits on a woman and try to restrain her one iota, and society and the law and etc. are aimed at you like howitzers. So it's all well and good for this woman to make herself filthy rich off of speaking the truth about the behavior of the vast majority of women. It's all well and good for her to make herself rich off of that. But how do you get from here to being able to restrain a woman from the emotional whims, the abject disrespect? How do you get from here to there? You got to change the social morality of Western civilization.
Without that, everything falls apart.
And everything is falling apart because women are enthroned and men can't do anything about it because other men will come and shoot us or beat us or take us to prison.
Feminist women, you got exactly what you wanted. No husbands, no kids, girl boss energy, and corporate jobs. How is that working for you?
Yeah, it's not working for them. But we can't fix it without changing the social morality.
You're probably alone, unhappy, miserable, and on a cocktail of pills.
They are, because they're crazy.
Weak men let this happen, so strong men need to fix it.
Strong men need to fix. This is where I'm with her speaking the truth about what's going on in the world and how bad females actually are, how wrong they are for any sort of leadership or control whatsoever, how abjectly wrong they are for all of that. But then you get to the point where she's like, strong men need to fix it. No, absolutely no. You are giving people nothing. Strong men need to fix it. So what you're saying then, the conclusion is, since she's offering no tools to go from where we are to a new social morality in the West as we are here, because we're the only serious community on the internet in the country and all of our countries, all she's doing is offering strong men the responsibility for why everything went wrong. Sounds just like a woman, doesn't it? It's your fault, strong men, because you're not putting limits on weak men. And I mean, talk about anthropomorphizing entire groups of people. So it's the fault of strong and men. It's strong white men. It's our fault. So, hey, strong white guy out there, go put some limits. Go decide you're not going to hire any females anymore. Go decide and see what happens to you. This is a funny woman goes viral for her hilarious review. Oh, I can see it. She wrote, "I'm absolutely livid. My husband drove all the way to pick up Outback order, and you people forgot the bloomin' onion. That was the only thing I wanted." Then she writes underneath of it, "My fat husband ate the bloomin' onion in the car and lied. I am sorry, and I don't know how to delete reviews." And finally, we have this from this account that we can celebrate, listed as white account. Did anybody know about this account? But they use our white labeling right there. Give it up. Give it up for this community and the transformation of society. The only serious community there is. Tired of pretending like there is anybody else. Let's rock.
Telling me I'm guilty for my name. Billboards and screens, they're all a disguise. Whispering the venom, feeding us their lies. They're pulling us down, but we're breaking the spell. Living in this anyway hell. We won't bow, we won't crawl. It's our stand, it's our call. Everywhere I turn, I see the smear, twisting the truth to keep us in fear. They want us erased, to fade away, but we're here to fight, we've got something to say. They're pulling us down, but we're breaking the spell. Living in this anyway hell. We won't bow, we won't crawl. It's our stand, it's our call. They mock our roots, they spit on our past, but their house of lies is never gonna last. We're breaking the silence, shouting out loud. We're here to reclaim, we're here to be proud. They're pulling us down, but we're breaking the spell. Living in this anyway hell. We won't bow, we won't crawl. It's our stand, it's our call. Stand with me, we'll rise up tall. Break their chains, shatter it all. The truth's on our side, we'll never dwell. Together we'll crush this anti-white hell.
Completely epic, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, a beautiful piece of music, if I do say so myself. Thank you all for showing up to our cozy soiree. Once again, I am on buymeacoffee.com/Jason Kuna. You will find me there, and that is now another option for financially gifting. Before we move any further, we have to do our perspicacious comments, as we are wont to do at this time of our gatherings. Let's get into our perspicacious comments, shall we? White Wolf writes here, it's based on ancient European genetic biospirit, but uses the most advanced methods in psychology to defeat anti-whiteism and save whites from the open victimization and destruction of our civilization that we face. As for religion, I think most people here put white well-being before religious disputes. White Wolf is talking about going free this community, white well-being. You will find very sane, down-to-earth type of people here from a few different religions. He was responding to some questions about the community. Let's hear it from the perspicacious comments for White Wolf, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Sean says, do you even drink coffee? A little bit. We got a couple from Joe here right in a row. He says, getting people to recognize that psychological war is being waged against us is a battle in itself. While swashing on Twitter, I presented the lexicon and its purpose to a white resenter. He told me, I'm not going to use your funny psychological words that make people think I'm a freak because you want me to run away from being called a Nazi. He was completely oblivious and dismissive to the fact that all words are psychological and that people already think he's a freak because he calls himself a Nazi and a white nationalist. So very true. Let's hear it for Joe. Yeah, it's because these people are just bottom line. They are legitimately midwit, low IQ. They're not here to actually reclaim our destiny. They're not here to do anything. That's why I'm done pretending that all of these other communities and content creators that they're serious, that they're adult, that they're mature, that they have something that works. They don't. You need to make a mature case. You need to make a sane case, and they don't. None of them do. Let's continue with Joe. He says, idiots love to listen to other idiots speak. How very true. They all come to the same idiotic conclusion together, so they jerk each other off and pretend they're smart. Quote, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who couldn't hear the music. Close quote. So very true. Great Joe. He wraps it up with this. I think it's here. Yes. He says, I love how you say, quote, hey, dipshit, close quote, and then proceed to explain a profound psychological concept that's a product of thousands of years of intersystemic social, biological co-evolution that less than 1% of the population is even capable of understanding. Like it's kindergarten math. Genius. God bless you. God bless Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. We just got a couple more in the Perspicacious Comments. Thorbarsan, who writes a lot of really smart things, but you'll see in the threads under the videos, some of them are just too long to share on the Perspicacious Comments, but he did have this one. I like the idea of using the word disharmony when explaining why multiracialism is a bad idea, because that doesn't attack any race. It just explains the fact that disharmony is created when we mix. Previously, I had also been a fan of the idea that the forced multiracialism is due for a divorce on the basis of irreconcilable differences. And this also leaves the blame on no specific race. Absolutely, brother. With respect to lessening anti-whiteism, separation is definitely a useful method when legally possible. Let's hear it for Thorbazan. Well done, Perspicacious Comments, brother. Logan Dawes is next. He says, white resenters probably also have an internal flip side. They hate group X, Y, or Z by day, but lust for them by night. Yes, apparently they do. And the Black Peg Chud is a great example. Let's hear it for Logan Dawes, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll wrap it up by going back to Joe one more time. He writes this. What's really sick is that white American taxpayers are footing the bill for the anti-white filth to hop the border and squat out more anti-white filth. And then white taxpayers foot the bill for every welfare benefit and social program that anti-white filth leeches off of. And then white taxpayers have the wages depressed because white anti-white traders pay slave wages to anti-white filth under the table. And then whites have their cost of living increased as demand drives up housing costs and grocery bills. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We are being robbed blind 6 ways from Sunday. We are owed trillions, and we are going to take it back. Yeah, let's hear it for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Perspicacious Comments today. Big applause. Well done and well said, everybody in the Perspicacious Comments. Let's head on over to our news item here. Let folks know that we are here and live because we have just over 100 people here, and we could use there's room for more. So there are some empty seats, and we could definitely bring a few more people in. Super rich California couple, white, spends $250,000 on childcare, including baby chefs. Forget helicopter parents. The ultra rich are hiring, and so this is not new. And we've probably all known richer white families, and this is what they do because of their talk about the ultimate selfish individualism. They turn their white children over to non-whites almost 100% of the time. It's non-whites nannies, non-white chefs, non-white tutors, non-white, on and on and on. They turn their white children over to non-white peoples of the world, and then they want to bungee in for some moments of playtime, even when they go on their vacations. Wealthy white people take the fleet of nannies and everything, and non-white people wealthy non-white people don't turn their non-white children over to white caregivers. They turn them over to people in their community the majority of the time, as I've experienced in my life. White people turn their white children over, and then you end up seeing at the same time all of these white kids, they take non-white spouses. What a shock. What a shock when the Latina who is raising the white children is busy in the magazines with like the little white girl, and she's like, oh, look at this beautiful Hispanic man. Look at him, how beautiful he is. And then the white little girl grows up wanting Hispanic men. What a surprise. Right? You can go on and on and on. And of course, that time spent with children by adults engenders a love born out of dependency, a love born out of a feeling of divinity in the adult. That's how children view adults. And the younger the child, the more they view the child as the adult as divine. And so then what do you have? The white children of filthy rich white people looking to non-whites with this love born out of a notion, out of protection, service, divinity, on and on. What a surprise that you end up with so many filthy rich white anti-whites. And so this is just another article, another example, we've seen it throughout our lives, of the white wealthy who are so selfishly individualistic. And this is a problem of the white race, not caused by Jews, not caused by any other group. It's a problem born out of our own essence that has to be addressed. Forget helicopter parents. The ultra rich are hiring entire parenting squads to do the dirty work, from bath time to bedtime stories. Could you imagine? Nothing is more intimate. Feeding them, reading them their bedtime stories, bathing them, teaching them how to go to the bathroom. And they are turning this over to non-white staff, while they write six-figure checks for the privilege to do so. San Diego power couple is shelling out a staggering $250,000, and so they're highlighting one of the infinite number of white couples doing this. Household staff to help raise their two children. Part of a growing trend. It's not growing, but it's how you sell attention, and as a result, you can sell advertising on your news site to say that it's growing. It's not. It always is. A trend among America's wealthiest families who are outsourcing everything from diaper duty to potty training. Look at these two beautiful little white kids. There's your mother who bungees in for a little bit of playtime on a weekend. Christine Landis, CEO of Peacock Parent, and her husband don't just enjoy a weekend nanny. They have a live-in full-time family assistant, a personal chef and housekeeper, creating what amounts to a private parenting dream team. This is why we're losing. This is why we're losing our countries. This is why we lost our identity. This is why everything is lost. Because this is the peak of economic empowerment in the white race. And this is what they're doing. And then the rest of us, instead of having wealthy white people come in and look at the options of how to fix things and say, well, there's one serious entity out there. There is one, like they're business people. They have enough money to pay out $250,000 plus to people to actually do the rearing of their children. So they understand business. They'd be able to look at success metrics, reason and logic. They'd be able to look at what's demonstrable, what's been shown to work. And they'd say, well, there's one group of people doing that. It's these go free people. So we're going to put money into it. And then by putting money into it, it diminishes the voices of all of these vegetables that claim that they know the way or they have the way. It diminishes that because then people with wealth and power and connection have identified, there you go. That is what's going to work. That's what worked. That is what's working. And that is what will recapture our destiny. Since that's not happening, since Landis here, which I believe is a German name, since Landis here is instead a selfish, individualistic pig. You know, they own a fleet of gorgeous automobiles, several homes, numerous vacations every week, more money than they could ever spend, paying for a fleet of individuals to take care. Could you imagine how many people there are, how many people they're paying to actually rear their children? So instead of at least one white family doing this, instead of at least one white family saying, you know what? I don't need another $700,000 Rolls Royce this year. I am going to make a difference in Western civilization. And I'm going to touch this group, the Foundation for White Wellbeing. I'm going to touch nowhiteguilt.org. I'm going to send attorneys. I'm going to send a whole fleet, just like they have here, a whole fleet of professionals that I can pay for so that this message will be the loudest voice. And all of the other voices, as a consequence, will be diminished thereby. The people saying things like, well, we need to craven off into a shitty, filthy little plot of land, miserable, fly-ridden, mosquito-ridden plot of land and hide and just wait for the lawsuit so we can pay out all the money to attorneys. Those people's voices will be diminished. The people saying we need to raise an army, their voices will be diminished because the powerful, the wealthy will come in and say that is working, that will continue working. But the white race, the wealthy and powerful aren't doing that. They're living the high life. As beyond their 10-foot tall gated homes, the Western civilization burns to the ground. But the gates open up so that the non-whites can come in and take care of their children, their lawn, detail their automobiles. I guarantee you this couple right here spends probably over $50,000 a year in detailing of their fancy cars. Guaranteed. So a whole working man's year-long salary on making sure that people go through their automobiles with Q-tips. And that's what they live for. Family assistant, personal chef and housekeeper, creating what amounts to a private parenting dream team. Every hour, I'm not bogged down with the doing. Every hour, I'm not bogged down with the parenting. Is an hour I get to show up and be fully present with my kids. That's a phrase of females, isn't it? Right out of the anti-white narrative. So I'm fully present. I can't be fully present when I have to feed them. I can't be fully present when I have to teach them how to shit in the toilet. I can't be fully present when I have to bathe them and clean their ears out and shampoo their heads. No, I'll just turn all of that over. I can't be fully present. This is so much, and it's far more the white females than white males. I can't be fully present when I've got to sit in their bed with them or beside their bed and read them a bedtime story. I can't be fully present. I can only be fully present when non-white people are doing that for me, and then I can bungee in, and when we can make sugar cookies on a Saturday morning, and then I can turn them back over to the non-white child rearers. Landis Company uses AI to help families and professionals rethink what balance looks like, showing that asking for help isn't indulgent, it's intelligent. Asking for help. Wealthy parents aren't just hiring nannies to watch their kids. They're bringing on family assistants who handle everything from bath time and bedtime stories to errands, household management, and childcare, leaving mom and dad free to be selfish individualists. The booming luxury parenting industry now includes baby chefs, whipping up gourmet infant puree, high-end potty training consultants, and even professionals who will teach your child to ride a bike. These could you specialists to come in to teach your, that's what these little white children will have their memories of. I remember, Bobby, do you remember when Juan taught us how to ride a bicycle? I loved Juan. And then she'll turn around and say, hey, mommy, meet Manuel. He's an MS-13 member. So as a result of powerful white people with their money and their connections not coming in, saying we'll bring our assortment of talents to your assortment of talents, and we'll have synergy as a result, we end up having to compete against all of these unserious morons. These are abject children. Bike riding coaches cost more than $400. Is that an hour? And so $400 an hour to teach your child how to ride a bike. And someone willing to pack your kid's bag for summer camp, $125 an hour. So there she is. She's empowered. She's a girl boss. This is Western civilization now. Another one of these pavilion agency CEO, I guess, Seth Norman Greenberg, started their business in 1962. We are busier than ever, Greenberg said. The environment, the economy, it's just producing these millionaires and billionaires. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? It's the economy is producing so many millionaires and billionaires. Meanwhile, it's also producing more poverty-stricken, lower middle class than ever before. So something's wrong with that economy, I'd say. Co-founder of the Kardashian brand, Skims, and a Good American, Emma Grady, also relies on a team of people to help raise her 4 kids. Calling herself a max 3-hour mum, a max 3-hour mum. So all she can handle is 3 hours. And then you got to turn them over to the team. This is the white race. So if you ever wonder, why is it that we don't have backing that picks a successful voice and makes it loud? It's the selfish individualism of the white race. Jews are obviously better in general because they'll come together and they will magnify voices and strategies that work. Mestizos come together, magnify voices. Asians, better. They come together, magnify voices that work. Everybody, even blacks, but not here. So we have to battle it out with the vegetables and try to convince. And is there any wonder why when you're in the masses, you're in the mass, the biggest majority of the mass are going to be low IQ morons. So is any wonder why the low IQ morons always endorse and support what represents their level of thinking? We just need to raise an army. We just need to take over a piece of land and secede. That's the reason why. You have a democracy of the retard. And I mean it clinically. A democracy of the retard. And people, and in that democracy, they're voting on what works, what's going to be the vehicle we use. So you're never going to get the most intelligent thing. You're going to get individuals who, at the front, who give the low IQ the pabulum for their tier that they can get to manipulate them for the enrichment of those content creators. That's all you're ever going to get. First Last is here. Good to see you, brother. Manosphere influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate arrested on rape, sex trafficking charges in Florida. Jail forever. Let me see what you all are saying. Olrak is here. Good to see you, brother. Masumik is in the house. Janice is here. Good to see you. Craig is here. Hello, Craig. He asked, do I see it when he accidentally puts 2 @ symbols? Well, I don't know. Probably, but I don't know for sure. He said, when I say these women in the chat tried to use the framework that Mexicans are the ones who are victimized as an outcome because Mexicans don't identify as whites, while talking about her Mexican husband. So this is some conversation you had? All right. Remember to tag me as @ no white guilt. Let's see what's happening to these guys. Now, of course, we know about Andrew Tate. These guys are taboo grifters extraordinaire. Sometimes they've talked about the white race being victimized because that's a taboo. They're not defenders of the white race. They're not going to provide you anything that's of value for the white race. They don't identify as white. They are taboo grifters who are in this for themselves. So never cite them to me. Never quote them to me. I will think you are a moron forever. There's never coming there. You don't get to come back from that. They have victimized the hell out of white women. They made their money off of selling primarily white women online to non-white guys, and so abused white women. I've seen clips of this guy, or both of them, talking about how to find women who are in a damaged state, who are maybe their dad just died or whatever, and then to exploit them, how to manipulate them, how to turn them into online whores, specifically targeting white women, on and on. And you remember, of course, they've made extremely profane statements about white males in the past as well. So I hope they burn in hell. I hope they get stuck in, and I don't care about the double standard in the UK. Don't care, because they're being extradited to the United Kingdom. Good. So, and the non-whites there, I mean, could you imagine being this guy with all of that wealth, thieved from by way of primarily of white women, thieved to a great extent from white males who were looking for companionship in their lives, and they couldn't find it because white females all think they deserve the guys, top 10% of guys with the prettiest faces, because they're obviously idiots. So these white guys that can't find companionship, they end up going and paying this garbage here through the nose so that they can have a fantasy of companionship through some online whore. And then they're driving around in the best of the white man's creations, enjoying the best of everything the white man has created, including our women. And now they're going to make the argument that it's not fair, and it's not fair that they would be prosecuted for rape if the non-white anti-whites in the UK are not prosecuted for rape. I couldn't care less. It's obviously the case. Anti-whiteism dominates. Saying it's not fair, are you in third grade? Obviously, they were never serious. They're just taboo grifting garbage. And every white person, if they ever endorse, supported, or liked, should absolutely reject the both of these guys and hope that they go to jail forever. That's where I hope they go, to prison forever. Manosphere influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested by U.S. Marshals in Florida in connection to rape and sex trafficking charges in the UK. The pair were taken into custody outside of the James L. Knight Center in Miami shortly before Andrew was set to host a bare knuckle 6 boxing event. The Tates, who have both British and American citizenship, have faced legal troubles for years and were nabbed because of a host of new sex crime charges handed down overseas. Andrew, 39, was slapped with 7 additional counts of rape, in addition to charges he was already facing in the UK, after 4 new victims came to light. The Crown Prosecution Service said in a statement. Another thing that's important is because an entity, an individual, an organization, because they are persecuted by anti-whites and the anti-white state, anti-white system, that doesn't make them my ally. That doesn't make them an ally of white well-being. This is a pornographer that has abused white women. This is a pornographer that has fleeced white males, and in particular, a lot of young white males. How many white guys, we'll never know, how many white guys wasted money on the pornography sold by this POS and then maybe went and killed themselves? How many times has that happened? How many times a different iteration of that white flighting has taken place? I mean, for anybody to stand with these guys is absolutely disgusting. He was also hit with 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation, 3 counts of assault, and what else? 19 additional charges for offenses related to indecent images of a child. And says here, occasioning actual bodily harm. Tristan, 38, was charged with 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking. They also they were caught paying some pittance of money to people in what country was it? Romania, to get online, hundreds of them to get online and promote and push them because they know how dumb the population is. And if they just see that people are showing up and promoting, that's all it takes. As long as there are big numbers there, then there's value there. So they paid people to do that with the money they got from poor, miserable white guys who wanted to have a date. These charging decisions followed the receipt of a further file of evidence from Bedfordshire police and bring the total number of alleged victims in this case to 7. So good, go to jail, throw the key away. The attorney, Joe McBride, disputed the charges, of course, and who cares? This is like Keir Starmer's last day in office. It's obvious that this little petty bastard had to do something to do with it. Who cares? I hope he did. I hope he did, and I hope he locks them away forever. Never let them out. I couldn't imagine a white guy. How much brain rot would you need to have to be on the internet, to be so taken with taboo grifters that these guys have grifted you into the belief as you drive a 10, 15-year-old Honda, can't find a date, can't get a girl many rungs down the ladder in looks to even give you a hello. How brain rotted would you have to be to endorse and support these guys who have exploited white females, exploited white males, ridiculed white males, living the high life with all of the white man's greatest inventions and all of the white man's most attractive white women? You'd have to just be a real absolute disease. You would have to be such a dysfunctional disease that I can't comprehend it. You have no self-respect. So, good Lord willing, they'll go to jail forever. Let's see if anybody has tagged me. Lark says, hitting the bullseye. Thank you. Steve is here. Hello and welcome. Joe Plato's Ship of State. Yes. All right. Well, this is the big news. White House releases election integrity files after Trump speech. Documents were released amid Trump's address to the nation. Now, you had three entities, was it ABC, NBC, and CNN, who refused to carry this. And Trump actually hinted at what should have been what he should do, which is to pull the licenses of these media empires. Pull the licenses and they go dark. He should probably declare martial law at this point. After hearing that speech, China has engaged in an act of war, usurping the integrity, the outcomes of our elections. It's an absolute act of war. And as a consequence of anti-whiteism, and this is something that we understand here that you don't understand, you don't find elsewhere being understood. Anti-whites hate white people. They hate what white people produce. White people produce America, which means that anti-whites will work with anyone who has the same objective of destroying America, of destroying Western civilization. Anti-whites being in nodes of power is a threat to the survival of Western kind and a threat to the perpetuation of our countries, because foreign entities then find fertile territory to carry out these different geopolitical stratagem to undermine their adversaries. So it's always been inevitable that anti-whites don't love America. They don't love the UK. They don't love and just have different opinions about what it should look like. They hate America because America is produced by white people and they know it. They can all day long sit around with their propaganda and claim that they're they love America, but America needs to do X, Y, or Z, and America needs to look a little bit. They hate America. They hate the UK. They want it destroyed. They want it white erased. Rest assured that even the name America will be white erased. Even the names of our states, just like the names of our streets are white erased. The names of our parks are white erased. The names of our military bases are white erased. Everything will have to be white erased. That means that when foreign entities, state and non-state actors, and one of the biggest is the Cartel of the Suns, which is a non-state actor that literally is worth trillions of dollars. Actually, an umbrella collection of cartels worth trillions of dollars that also participated in robbing the election or elections in the United States, according to all of the evidence that Trump and the administration are producing and providing. And media empires that choose to not cover it are complicit and can't be tolerated. Governors, senators, congresspeople, state level government reps all need to be collected and executed if found guilty of treason, participating with China, participating with Russia, participating with any foreign entity, any non-state entity as well. But they are all there to take the money. And this is why I have been so a big reason, fervent, impassioned, angry, urgent, especially to conservatives. They look at me and they see the urgency, they see the passion. They don't get it because they don't get it. They don't have the IQ points to get it. You don't have a Democrat Party that would like things a little bit different, but America to continue. You don't have a lot of the Republican Party that would like things to look a little bit different, but want America to continue. You have people that fundamentally want to destroy the white race, and that means our expressions, such that you could ask them, do you want to destroy America? And they could honestly say no. But their objectives of white erasure will result in the destruction of America. They just can't compute it either. So what did you have with these voting machines? I mean, it's a really complex story. And it's been the ownership and leadership and ultimate control has been passed a little bit, but it really starts down in Central and South America with securing the theft of elections. These machines and their components then passed around in China, being one of the primary financiers and suppliers of tech for the theft. I showed you the video of how easy it was for the guy to flip the results. This goes back like to 2000 and 2000. I'd have to look again. But this theft of elections has been ongoing. So it won't matter how many votes, it won't matter how many get the vote out, it won't matter any of that. If there is mail-in voting and machine voting, it won't matter. And they'll vote, as I said when I was in junior high school. I said they'll vote how did I put the car out of your driveway and the house out from under your ass. They'll just vote it all away. And it will all be legal. And it won't matter how, like the Tate brothers, you say it's not fair. None of that will matter. We need paper voting, paper ballot voting. And California and New York and so many other states are not going to want to participate. And that's why Trump needs to declare martial law. Maybe he waits until the next election cycle for president is about to start, and then declare martial law then. But we're going to need it. I think we're going to if they can't pass the Save America Act, and it is not as robustly enforced as it needs to be. In the speech, Trump was talking about how in only those areas that chose to participate, none of the Democrat states, none of the Democrat cities, even in Republican states, participated. They found over 250,000 illegal aliens voting at the federal level. 250,000. Could you imagine how many more there would be identified if they were able to look into the Democrat states and the Democrat cities? How many millions more of illegal aliens are already voting, have already been voting at the federal level? And that, of course, means that they're definitely voting at the state level. But the worst of it is the Chinese having stolen over 200 million, 220 plus million identities, voter identities, to subvert the United States. They know your name, they know your address, they know your phone number, and they know your party affiliation. They can vote for you, and they will vote for you, and they have. My opinion, of course. So the people who are arguing against this, the people who are pushing back, they don't want it. They don't want the Save America Act, are anti-whites who want to continue to participate in the destruction of you and me and Western civilization, the destruction of the United States. I would say that the behavior, China's behavior, of course, is an act of war. And the behavior of every anti-white in the United States that doesn't want to, in light of this evidence, that doesn't immediately want to go to paper-only voting and almost no mail-in ballots whatsoever, only in extreme rare cases. You're sick. I think he says in his speech, if you go on vacation, no. You got to come back to vote. Don't go on vacation when it's time to vote. That's how that works. So no mail-in voting for anything other than you are unable, you're on the deathbed and you're still alive enough, you want to vote, or your military service. And all of that can be cross-checked. Otherwise, you got to show up and vote in person with ID on a paper ballot that will be counted by hand. All of this digital, everybody knew when all of this, we've had digital voting machines. Everybody said from the start, this is just being implemented to cheat us out of our inheritance, to cheat us out of our lives, not just our inheritance, our lives, our destiny. That's what they're taking. That's why the work that we do here is so important, because we are empowering white people to push back against our victimization in a way that engenders galvanization, righteous anger, and therefore motivation. Abstractionists and abstractionizing doesn't engender. You can't go to the white race and say, voting is sacred because of, and in all times, in all peoples, and in all places, and use this abstraction argument and think that the white millions in the United States or any other Western country is going to be motivated by that. They've never been motivated by abstractions. You've got to go to them and talk about how they and their children are being robbed of their inheritance, and they and their children are being robbed of their very lives, because everything is going to be voted away. Everything that you think is so permanent will be voted away. Everything that you think is so impossible, every dollar that you've ever earned, that hasn't been taxed, that you'll be able to keep, that you bought, you worked on, that you struggled for, that it could never change, all of that will be changed by voting. Documents posted on a new White House election integrity page are organized into 4 buckets and include intelligence assessments, FBI files, cybersecurity. Donald Trump actually shared, and it's just falling on like big, deaf, floppy ears in Western civilization. The taboo grifters and saying nothing until it can benefit them, get them some money, saying nothing. Donald Trump actually said when he was president, the first time, that the CIA and FBI were keeping all of this information from him. How, I mean, this is such a great example of not having a people, and such a great example of how abstractions don't motivate people. America, 100 years ago, the white race would have been executing people immediately. There would have been immediate executions. They would have gathered up who was keeping this from the president of they would be demanding to know. But now there's so much red tape. Now there is so much duplicity. Now there is so much by way of the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. So much latitude to interpret morally the laws that you can't arrest, charge, convict anyone anymore if they have the least bit of power and the least access to attorneys. Now, is that a state that a country can survive? Is that a state of being that a state can survive? Absolutely not. You're not going to be able to survive. The election rigging is not going to be rigged such that they can paw through the material and then find the holy grail of evidence. That will never happen. Human ingenuity, human effort will ensure from the start of the strategy that there will be no or nearly no evidence. What's the use in rigging it if you leave a bunch of evidence for people to identify and say, look, it's been rigged? They've got to be able, from the beginning of the strategy, to get rid of the evidence. So when ABC, NBC, anti-white Aunt Betty says to you, there's no evidence. Of course there isn't, you anti-white bitch. Of course there isn't. Why would there be? If the means to cheat is present, they've cheated. No one is introducing this shit and then not cheating. So the president of the United States goes on. I'm just shocked. The president of the United States speaks to the country and says, the intelligence community lied to me, kept all this information from me, and we don't immediately see arrests and executions. This cannot survive. As I said, we're in such a state because of anti-whiteism that if people have money and lawyers and just a little bit of connections, not a lot, you can't arrest them, charge them, convict them, nothing. Everything is this giant cumbersome. It's like, to get any justice, it's like we are in worse than quicksand, worse than a quagmire. We're trying to move through molasses for the process to be carried out. No, you cannot survive that way. Thieves, anti-white filth, run-of-the-mill thieves, they'll be able to run circles around you while you struggle for breath to get through the molasses. Nothing's being said. It's like one article here, one article there. The president of the United States says the entire intelligence community was lying to me. And here's all of the evidence that we could assemble. The release gives the public access to records. The White House says supports Trump's renewed push for election reform, including voter ID. proof of citizenship. The president claimed in his address that I think when it comes to this, I'm going to show you something else, and then we got a cozy soiree going today. The vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, Trump said Thursday night during the address. I think when it comes to the election integrity, he has to implement martial law. He has to say, we're doing paper ballots from now on, and at a bare minimum, I'm going to implement a limited military rule for this for the voting and implementing this strategy, and anybody who opposes it are going to be tried by the military tribunal, and then potentially executed or jailed for it. And that's just what has to happen. They're just going to vote it all away. White House page lists the 4 document categories as vulnerabilities in electronic voting and ballot counting systems: China's acquisition and the exploitation of American voter data, Michigan voter registration and investigation, non-citizens on state voter rolls. The page says the files span from January 2020 to June 2026. And there you see, these are all the documents. And one that I wanted to share, I'll have to pull up on the screen, because you can see that they, just as I say, they fund anti-whiteism. They fund whatever divides a country. They're not funding black-based anti-Hispanic sentiment. They finance anti-whiteism. So Mark should make a public apology. His entire community that stayed behind should make a public apology. Yet again, more evidence of China financing anti-whiteism. This is one of the documents, and you can see maybe Operation Themes covered a broad range of topics to exploit what China perceived be U.S. fissures and vulnerabilities. Perceived to be U.S. fissures and vulnerabilities, including racial tension. Now, it's not what the conservatives would say. They're turning everybody against everybody, alleging that white people hate black people. That's anti-whiteism. And I like here that the Trump administration capitalizes the W on white people. Remember that for everybody wanting to tell you how awful Trump and his administration is. Inciting demonstrations and marches as evidence of racial divides. What have all of those marches, who has been the target of all of those marches? The white race. Increasing the level of conflict between police and, quote, anti-racism activists. So anti-racism. Who are the racists? The white race. This is anti-whiteism that China was paying for. And of course, you can see it goes on. So that's what China has been paying for, anti-whiteism. That's what Cuba will pay for, anti-whiteism. That's what the UK, if they, to some small degree, they could pay for that in America because it weakens America, weakens Donald Trump. Canada as well. The anti-whites in the United States paying for it. Non-state actors paying for the anti-whiteism. They all pay for the anti-whiteism. So there isn't a single group or individual or etc. that external to the white race that can be demonized, that could be taken out even in one of your fever dreams. There isn't a single group that could be taken out and then everything would be better. No, the only group that can be addressed is the white race. That's the only group that can be addressed to fix this. And I'm telling you, it's got to happen sooner than later, because if they're allowed to manipulate the voting, if they're allowed to continue cheating on the voting, then it'll be before you know it. You don't have to wait until the white race is 10% or 20% of the population. And, you don't have to wait for any of that to happen. They'll start winning elections everywhere, and there'll be no way to rebuff, no retort, no clawing back. So you better start going free and going free fast and promulgating. And I really appreciate every single one of you in service to white well-being who come every Sunday to the Church of the West, especially those of you who come live, because I appreciate you being here with me when I put all of this material together to talk about and educate and empower us. So I appreciate you all being here. But we need, every single one of us needs to be pushing this lexicon and the dialectics as hard as we can, and accept that we're up against all of the people who are unserious and who can make wild claims to get audience members and to drive income for themselves, and who are being paid for by anti-whites, especially when their argumentation is anti-non-white. We just need to accept this reality. The white wealthy are busy being selfish individualists, and they're not going to come in and bring their strengths to combine with our strengths. They're too busy having Manuel teach their child how to take a dump and living their best lives. So we're going to have to make it happen, or it's not going to happen, I'm afraid. Thankfully, we have the tools, the courage, and the heroes who are here for the good fight. And with that, I will be right back.
Western kind are one people with many nations, and one of those nations is Wales. Wales is known for its rugged coastline and amazing mountainous ranges. But the most amazing thing of all in Wales is the Welsh. Welsh people have a history that spans into ancient times. There are over 600 castles in Wales, the most castles per square mile in the world. This megalith served as a burial site for a village that existed 6,000 years ago. But the legacy of the Welsh goes back many thousand years more. Welsh people speak English, but their native language is Welsh, so their road signs are written in both languages. When something is great, they call it tidy. When something is disgusting, they say, acha fi. And can you say the name of this Welsh village? Well, for this word, we might need the help of a Welshman to show us how it's pronounced.
Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll Goger Chwrndrobwll Llantysilio Gogogoch.
Welsh people love eating lamb cael, which is soup, crempogs, which are pancakes, and lava bread, which is seaweed paste eaten on toast or with cockles or bacon. Madog ap Llywelyn was a fierce Welsh warrior who led a revolt for Welsh independence in the Middle Ages. The world-famous singer Tom Jones is a Welshman, and almost everyone has read a book by the great author Roald Dahl, who was born in Wales. The weather is often rainy in Wales, but this doesn't stop them from going outdoors to enjoy the countless wonders, such as the many beautiful waterfalls in the mountains, or going for a hike on the coast path, which is a walking trail that's 1,400 kilometres in length along the coastline. The flag of Wales features a red fire-breathing dragon. According to ancient Welsh stories, he's a friendly dragon. And the Welsh are a friendly people, because just like you, they are Western kind, and share the same biospirit which made all our nations great. The Welsh are your people.
Watching
Let's get to these raucous emoji celebrations. Ladies and gentlemen, I can hear the audience now. The celebration is on. Is this going to work? Is it going to put it on the screen? Yes or no? Maybe not. We might have to start this over. See if we can get it to work. Let's give a big thank you while we wait to the great Biosphere of the West, Franklinator, and Anglo-Saxon NWG for getting everything together. So many of these victories, and everybody who helped them get their victories together this week. Oh my God, what is going on? I don't know if it's going to show the screen. Are you all seeing the screen? It doesn't show for me on this end. Oh, there we go. Let's get right into it. We got Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, on Facebook. 2.4 thousand empowered by the champion. 2.4 thousand. Well done. Let's keep it rolling. Raucous emojis now that we got things working again. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Facebook. 327 empowered by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. He goes on here. It's got a comment. I think it's connected. This one here connected to the. Make sure you give that a read. It's brilliant by the Anglo-Saxon NWG. I think this might be the rest of it right here. 66 likes and growing. Hate Oaks, they need a fictional villain to validate their anti-white narrative. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Rocking it out. He doesn't stop. He's here on Facebook as well with 193 more empowered. Even on the platform of Facebook. Give it up for the Anglo-Saxon NWG. A true champion continues here on Facebook. 66 more likes. Credit to the Anglo-Saxon NWG. What a champion. He continues here on Instagram. 461 souls saved by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Then even getting a heart down here. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Instagram. Again, 1,288 more souls saved. Show the man some love. Who else is fed up with the systemic anti-whiteism? Anglo-Saxon NWG again, 5,000 more on Instagram. Who else is sick and tired of systemic anti-whiteism? That is the kind of power we need wielded to recapture our destiny. 4,000, another 5,000 here. 29 more as well. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Instagram again. My God, the man is on fire. He's back again on Instagram with 412 more souls saved by the great Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of white erasure of Western norms? We all are well said. And this was a week for Anglo-Saxon. Let me just tell you. 86 more here. 250 more there. A like from the content creator as well. To the credit of the Anglo-Saxon NWG. So much love for this guy. Chad Crowley, ladies and gentlemen, using white erasure. Almost 350,000 empowered with the concept white erasure. Give it up for Chad Crowley. Keeping it going. Danny Phantom X here, ladies and gentlemen, using white erasure. Or there's a comment, rather, that uses white erasure. It's from an anti-white who is really unnerved and unsettled by the use of white erasure. And ended up with over 300 people seeing this comment Totally epic. And I love how white erasure, I love how our concepts, anti-whites can see them, and then sometimes it really makes them panic.
You're stupid. I hate
Oh,
things
this is
in a
coming.
woke. The first thing I want to do
That's
is
coming up.
Yolanda?
That's
No, I mean,
coming. That's coming.
And so this
That's coming. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the work that we have done. Let's keep it going for the Ivan, the Franklin, and the Biosphere of the West. Saluting and celebrating these people. For swashing these champions. For swashing on Donald Trump Jr., which is how we did what you see on the screen. Show them some love. Let's carry it on over to Jack Posobiec, almost 100,000. You got Diplomat for Western Kind coming in there in support, loving it. We got a whole fleet came in of the House of Swash. Anti-whites call themselves woke because it sounds better. I love this. No hyphen, completely empowering Jack Posobiec, ladies and gentlemen. Show the man some love. Anti-whites call themselves woke. Doesn't get any better than that. Conscious Caraco here from the wild. There you got Janitor of White Noir showing up 10.8 thousand in this original post using anti-white narrative. Give it up. That's the praxis, ladies. You know what else I think? The Hans swashes heavily on this account. So give it up for Hans, ladies and gentlemen. Swashing hardcore and it coming back to benefit. Let's keep it going. Lazy B, abolish anti-whiteism. Original post, 5,569 empowered. There's Dan. There's the Tree Godfather and others of the House of Swash rocking it out. Let's keep it going. Anglo-Saxon and WG's back again. 2,650 views here. Empowered in the audience of somebody who's removed the post, or at least I can't see it. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon and WG. Let's hear it for this woman right here, Madi. She's got something to say. Let's hear what she has to say.
And I can't tell you how much I worry for the native citizens there. The UK is essentially anti-white.
Oh, the UK is anti-white. Oh, God bless the House of Swash.
And their police officers are unfortunately trained to be anti-white domestic terrorists.
Oh, anti-white domestic terrorists. I'm liking this young woman more and more every minute. Big salutes, Rogas emojis. The UK is anti-white, and the police there are trained to be anti-white terrorists. Well said, Madi. Well said. Rogas emojis. Give this woman some Rogas emojis. We bring it back to Citizen Vigilante from the wild. 38,000 here empowered with our meme. But look what they did. They cropped off the website, but they still used white erasure. But no worries, because Biosphere of the West rolls in there. Here's the rest of it. NoIGuild.org. Well done, champion. Nameless one showing up there as well. Big salutes. Shannon Oliver in there as well. Big salutes. Here's the great Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Proof positive that, quote, racist is an anti-white slur. Nearly 3,000 empowered by Joe in the audience of Politics UK. Show Joe some love. He's on the board this week. Shannon Oliver is on the board with 3,000 here in the audience of Rupert Lowe MB. Give it up for Shannon Oliver, ladies and gentlemen. House of Swash success. Guardian Nebula, 4,656 empowered here in the audience of Kevin Sorbo. Show the love for Cardia Nebula. Show the love for Stefan Omalunu, ladies and gentlemen. The word, quote, racist, he's doing it right here. He's got it in quotes. Just means hatred of whites. 30,000 to the credit of Stefan Molyneux, the great Dan from Down Under coming in. Beautiful, well done, love it. To Dan. Show Dan some love, too. Get him some Rogas emojis. Anglo-Saxon and WG back again. This time nearly 2,000. Systemic anti-whiteism has consequences. 2,000 in the audience of Radio Genoa. Beautifully done, champion. Beautifully done. Let's keep it rolling. Double P here. Double P from the wild using anti-whiteism, nearly 8,000 empowered. There's the great Robert, unstoppable champion of the House of Swash, making the change in the world. Give it up for Double P in the wild. Give it up for Robert. Give it up for the 8,000 empowered in the audience of Dr. Groiper. We're going to keep it rolling. Nocturnia on the scoreboard this week with a scorching 2,000 plus souls saved. Give it up for Nocturnia in the audience of Ronan. Wild Spirit of the West coming in with 3,000 of his own points, lives saved in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Wild Spirit of the West coming in again, 6,000, not so 7,000 more souls saved. Yep, the film now has an anti-white narrative at the beginning that you cannot skip. Read by the non-white woman. It's disgusting. In the audience of End Wokeness. And it's the swashing on End Wokeness that so many of our people have been doing. And we've achieved a huge victory like this. White erasure, says End Wokeness, to working on 1 million people this week. White erasure by way of End Wokeness this week, working on 1 million exposed to the concept that liberates and empowers. Give it up for End Wokeness and give it up for all of our champions who have swashed relentlessly on folks that we thought were moral enough and good enough, or by whose audience we could put enough pressure to use the lexical and dialectical power that frees the Western kind. Biospirit of the West, back again. 3,441 empowered in the audience of Daniel Concannon. In this response to this, what is this, Jackie Blue? Give the applause to the Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West, back again. 1,519 more souls saved. This time in the audience again of Daniel Concannon. Give it up for Biospirit of the West, a true champion. We whites are the global minority. He writes, powerful. Biospirit of the West, OT leader, back again with 10,000 more empowered this week in the audience of Seth Dillon. Beautifully done by the Biospirit of the West. All epic memes everywhere I look. Oh my goodness. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. You recognize them. It's the Frojacks, and we celebrate the use of the lexicon. Let's hear what they have to say.
A temporary guest or a foreign invader that is actively participating in the displacement and erasure of Western kind, and that's why we advocate for the removal. There's about 100 million of those people.
White erasure, so erasure of who? Western kind. Let's hear it for the Frojacks this week. Let's hear it for the Frojacks this week. 07s, quadruple 07s, Rogus emojis. Let them know that it's nothing but love when they do what empowers our brothers and sisters. But they're not done. Oh, no, they're not done. Apparently, there's another appearance by the Frojacks. Let's hear what happens here.
People's nation and their land.
People say that. People say that. I actually categorize that, and I don't think this is what you're doing knowingly, but I categorize that as part of the anti-white narrative. Because people will say, oh, well, it was the indigenous people, which I don't call them Native Americans. I believe I'm a Native American.
Yes. Give it up for the Frojacks. Anti-white narrative. Western kind. Anti-white. I love it. Big quadruple. 07 salutes. All that empowers our brothers and sisters will always be celebrated. Well done. Well done. Let's continue it. Tree Godfather coming in with 1,000, working on 1,000. Empowered here by the Tree, the Godfather in politics, UK. Anti-whites call you, quote, racist, so they can justify murdering you. So true. And that's a powerful meme, isn't it? Very good. Joe is back on the board again, over 1,000 here. Why are you so anti-white? Why do you hate white people? You are disgusting. Joe, and this is in the audience of Daniel Concannon to this Jackie Blue. Give it up for Joe, ladies and gentlemen. More swashing excellence. We'll keep it going. Heritage American. 20,000. 20,000, ladies and gentlemen. from the wild, 20,000 anti-whiteism. In this original post, give it up for Heritage American. We'll keep it going. Biospirit of the West, 5,141 souls more empowered in the audience of White Baby Factory. Biospirit of the West, absolutely unstoppable. Back again, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 2,000 more here empowered by the lexicon in the audience of I Am. Yes, haven't seen him in a while. Well done, Biospirit of the West. Who else do we have here? Even Cernovich is on the board this week using anti-white hatred in his original post to 50,000 people. Give it up even for the Cernovich for using the empowering concepts that liberate Western kind. And finally, we have here, ladies and gentlemen, Lozzie B coming in with white labeling, showing this video where it's nothing but white labeling, all of these criminals and rapists and murderers being labeled as white, and then when they're victims, they're labeled as non-white. Give it up for Lozzie B. 7,000 plus souls exposed to white labeling as a consequence of Lozzie B. Let's keep the celebration going for Southern Bloom, ladies and gentlemen. Southern Bloom and all the work she's doing this week to celebrate Western kind with her White History Month / White Celebration Month. I reposted a bunch of all of her recent posts for this month. Make sure you are following Southern Bloom. You'll find her on my thread on X, her reposts. Follow her and repost every post that she has for this month. Big quadruple 07s, show the love, Rogers emojis, get the lady a bouquet of flowers for all of the personas that she is researching and sharing to celebrate White History / White Celebration Month. Give it up for Southern Bloom. Let's take it on over to Roland Martin in a clip that got 9,400 views. Take it away, Roland.
I want to do is thank you for suing, right? Because the courthouse makes people do things. But what I see is that they would rather pay white immigrants from South Africa more money than paying black people. So that's just like anti-blackism. They can't stand it.
Oh, anti-blackism.
And then once they got called on it, now they're willing to even pay the white people less because they don't want to pay black people. So my question to you is...
Oh, I love it. Inverting our concepts means they're in our story. Oh, that is so precious. Let's keep it going. Another one from Roland Martin. 10,000 views with this one.
I'm extremely bothered. And I'm going to say this. How you going to scream, erase black history, and then hide inside black history? But that's another story for another day. We know that Donald Trump is going to try to erase everything that is black, which people say racism. I say anti-blackism because that's what it is. I believe that we need to...
Holy fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a victory. People say, so what did she say? People say race because it was always referred to as racism until you. It was always referred to. So when the losers on Serious Scum show up to say, no, they never used racist. No, it was, they always used anti-blackism. Bullshit. They're using anti-blackism because of anti-whiteism that's our doing, predicted to work exactly as we said.
Call a thing a thing. And unless and until he leaves office, then we're going to have these problems because the Supreme Court is stacked against us.
All right, let's take it on over to 37,000 views on the Legal Defense Fund.
To just the pervasiveness of anti-blackness, just how it is in our soil and in the DNA, in our structures, in our policies, in our monuments, everywhere around us. You may not even see it as such, but there is an anti-black narrative that is in the ether in terms of...
What? What? An anti-black narrative. The total inversion of the anti-white narrative. Putting these people directly in our story. With our genius alone. With our genius alone, we have done this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my God.
Who we lionize, what we put in our curriculum, what we keep out, all of it. And that is not new. I mean, one of the things that we're focusing on in this episode is the role that race plays.
Oh my God, I cannot believe how powerful we are relative to all of the pretenders out there. We have changed all of the concepts being used the world over, but we're not done. We have Danny Phantom X, 104,000.
Hate things in a woke way, and you hate them in a weird way that I don't agree with. I hate this movie because of the bad writing, and you hate it because you hate women. I don't like that show because I feel it is disingenuous and misrepresents different demographics of minorities and different people of color, and you don't like it because it's white erasure.
Ah! Ah, yes. 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 This is the most amazing thing ever. This is absolutely the most amazing thing ever, ladies and gentlemen. The world has changed because of us. It's literally changed in favor of our defense. And we're not done. We got one more, 160,000 views, ladies and gentlemen. And you'll recognize the guy on the left as one of the preeminent neocons. This is called the Bulwark.
And Pat Buchanan, just to take one example, really having a resurgence on the right. I mean, certainly the Proud Boys love Pat Buchanan. That's kind of at every event they read a selection from his book Death of the West. But I see that more and more as sort of like, they're certainly not pulling out what God and Man at Yale or anything like that in any of the old Buckley books.
Yeah, that's a really old book. I was struck that Jeremy Carl, this nominee for Assistant Secretary of State, that Senator Kaine and Cory Booker and others read passages back to him that he had written about white erasure.
That's Bill Kristol that just used white erasure. That is Bill. I am done. I am done with the rest. I am done with all of these losers. I am done. We have changed the fucking world. All of these other endeavors are jokes, are unserious jokes. Bill Kristol using we got people who we brought over to use our concepts because they work, because they're cured of contagion, because they're moral, because we got our victimizers inverting our concepts exactly as we said we would be able to do. It's all working exactly as planned.
Whites being wildly discriminated against, and suicide of the West and so forth. Pretty racial stuff. He used the word white. They didn't use it about him. Some of the people on that side disguise the white stuff and call it more, Anglo-Saxon culture or something like that. But anyway, what struck me about him is, he's some guy who was a writer, Claremont and all this, but he has been nominated to be Assistant Secretary of State for Public Diplomacy. And the Trump administration...
Celebrate this community like there's no... You'll never have anything like this ever again. We'll be right back. Lightning has struck. And this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, you feed on fear. Like it's all a game, I wear my scars. Like a chain of fire, every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot. Nemesis, I'm not lost. Nemesis, feel me right.
Let's continue the celebration, ladies and gentlemen, with the financial gifters. I just cannot believe we are in such a superior league than everyone else. And for them to ostracize, for them to ignore, what a joke. They've done shit. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. For William over here, $50 financial gift. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. And he writes with those $50 for white well-being. That's William, ladies and gentlemen. Show the man some love. Ruggers emojis. Come out of your seats. And show him how much you love him. $50. Thank you so much, good sir. Great to see you. Keep it going for the Dude Bro Moment. $50 more from the Dude Bro Moment. And he's also writing for white well-being. God bless you, good sir. The Dude Bro Moment, $50. And guess what? $50 more. Let's give it up for First Last. $50 from First Last today. Big salutes for that champion. $50. Ruggers emojis. He said with his $50, I wanted to donate less, but I just couldn't help myself. God bless him. Big salutes. Keep it going. Corey. Double shift Corey. $50 financial gift from Corey. The champion. Show the man some love. Ruggers emojis. $50 from Corey. And what's he say? Every sub to our sister in white well-being at jbishop_aries 3039 is what Corey writes. Big salutes there, Corey. That's the Corey has spoken. God bless you, brother. Let me swivel around and see if we have any others to celebrate. And I don't see at the moment. We'll get back to all of the others. We'll get into our mailbag. What do we have in the mailbag, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we've got in the thaumatological mailbag, we have 2 pieces of mail today that we're going to get into. 2 pieces of mail. Give it up for Anonymous. Anonymous financially gifting $20 with this lovely little card here. God bless you. Thank you so much. Anonymous coming through with a $20 financial gift. This wonderful little card that I will place over here. Thank you so much. And keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. For George and Gina, $25. $25 from George and Gina. Look at how beautiful the card is. And let's see what it says here. Jason, you are the one and only one we have ever heard talk and explain where even to the older people, or older folk are able to get the message and the teachings in the 6 concepts. We love where we are in our older years, thanks to you and Western kind, true men and women of the West. Love you, brother, to all the rest, and to love to all the rest in the West. George and Gina. Let's give it up for George and Gina and this beautiful card. God bless you. Thank you so very much. $25 financial gift from George and Gina. And much love to Anonymous for the $20 financial gift. Thank you so very much. Let's head over here. Let's also I give a big thank you to Use the Unifier coming in with a $5 financial gift. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you so much, sister, and great to see you. We have, we also have from this Wednesday, this past Wednesday, we came in late. We have Truffle Kerfuffle. All right, brother. I'll call you that if you want me to call you that. Truffle Kerfuffle. $13. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. The Truffle Kerfuffle. is among us. You might have to tell me that every time you want me to remember that name. Truffle Kerfuffle, $13. Thank you so very much. And I believe that catches us up. All right. Yes, I believe we are caught up. Ladies and gentlemen, great to see you here. We've covered our... Let's get to our announcements. We have just this in the announcements. Janitor, I have a question for you. You're the one who did the... what was it, Grokkopedia, right? And I went to look at it, and it's gone. So I don't know if something has happened or if it was just taking a crap when I went and tried to look at it. Maybe tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt if you can tell me if you have any ideas about what's going on. We have a $5 financial gift from Land of the Fake. Great to see you, brother. $5. Thank you so very much. He says, non-white caregivers have freed up white women to be big shot boss bitches, keeping the anti-white system in place. So very true. Perfectly put. And thank you for the $5 gift. You're absolutely right. Yeah, who are these kids? I mean, they're going to be anti-white as all hell. No wonder. We have our lesson of the day and your comments. Tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt. And we will get to your comments. @NoWhiteGuilt, nothing touching. And remember that I am now on... I guess I could check. Would it show up already on Buy Me a Coffee? Let's see. Let's see if it would already show up. I don't even know where to look yet. Oh, wait, something has happened. Something has happened. Hyperborean Dream, ladies and gentlemen. Got some Raucous emojis. Get out some Raucous emojis. Hyperborean Dream is the first to gift on Buy Me a Coffee $25. Show the man some love. Hyperborean, God bless you. He is in the coffee army. $25. If you have gifted there and I don't see it yet, then let me know, because this is all brand new to me and I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. But this is awesome. God bless you, Hyperborean Dream. God bless you. Let's have a chat, folks. Let's have a chat. That's totally awesome, isn't it? So happy to have you all coming over today. Dallas Malloy is with us. Land of the Fake, Bone Secure. Great to see all the heroes over here on Premium Rumble. Giuseppe is here. Giuseppe, good to see you. My brother, good to see you. Over there on Premium. And Ivan is there as well. As I wander through the champions over here. Giuseppe was actually first on Premium Rumble today. Big salutes. 07s. I'm going to look for tags. Thank you all for earlier chiming in as quickly as you could to let me know that there was no audio. Fortunately, I was aware of it right away. And Who knows how long that would have taken? How irritating that would have been to give the entire intro. Oh boy. We are on the Buy Me a Coffee. Let's take a look at that video again real quick.
Join the coffee army. Today we march, 1 cup, 1 donation, 1 step at a time. Tomorrow we stand stronger, ready to face whatever challenges come next, knowing we have the fuel and the support to keep going. The army grows with every generous contribution. Who will you be? A private? A captain? A general? Your support powers the troops, lifts the creators on the front lines, and turns solitary work into a shared mission. Enlist today. Fuel the march. Help us build something lasting. The coffee army marches on, and we'd be honored to have you with us.
So awesome. The coffee army marches on. I wanted to make that as silly as possible, and I think I succeeded. Let's see if you 777 is with us. I've been swashing on Mahdi for many days, weeks. I'd written her off as just another white negative, doom documenting, taboo grifting pig. I'm surprised and pleased to see her use the lexicon. Well, see, you never know. So I love all the coffees. That's great. And you never know. I mean, you got to keep pushing the lexicon. And even anti-white terrorist, my God, that is so awesome. I will be called the R word for this, says Lambda. Again, I'm from Arizona. Yeah, remember. From my experience, non-white Hispanics are some of the worst anti-whites. Yep, that is I'm not surprised. That's what you've experienced. I have as well. A lot of anti-whiteism from non-white Hispanics. Logan Dahl says, have you ever had a one-on-one talk with Tom Metzger? No, I didn't. I sent messages back in the day saying, I don't think this is the right thing to say. I don't think there was one. I remember one time I agreed with Metzger, and that was on how to handle law enforcement. But I take it a little further than he did. Be very polite. He said, just don't give them anything. Don't say anything. Just get their information from them. Talk to them through an attorney. 100%. He was right. I add to that, be very polite. He was not terribly polite with them. In fact, they videotaped themselves back in the day having interactions with law enforcement, having interaction with the FBI. Be polite in the conversation immediately. Get their information. Thank you, goodbye. Get their information. My attorney will contact you. Because all of that, especially, I don't know back then if it was already happening, but now they are able to claim that they are reading you mentally. Sometimes they'll bring a psychologist for this. Sometimes they'll just say, by way of their experience and that 6-hour online class they took in psychology, that you seem crazy and you should be, and they'll on that grounds. So you don't want to give them anything to read. You just want to say, thank you so much. We're very happy to speak with you through my attorney. I need your information. Looking forward to it. Get your ID. Have a nice day. If it's the smoke is in the air, it's a lot of smoke out today from the Canadian wildfires. So watch yourself. Very hot out today. Have a nice day. Whatever it is, just keep it cordial and brief as possible. You don't want to give them anything to read. They will read you into a cell. Filthy, angry Irish peasant is with us. Great to see you, champion. They use our words and fail like an apocrypha. Destabilize persecution, a hyper reality, if you will. Yeah, see, that was the whole idea. There are people who will be getting together in the next couple of weeks. People I made these cases to, where I argued that, and not just the ones that are getting together, many people. I made the case to, as you all know, that we could get anti-whites to use our concepts, literally the concepts of like anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, because they still have to propagandize us. So we held all the cards all along. That was the power that we held that nobody realized. And so they would use those words to talk to us and to talk about us, to describe our positions, etc. We've demonstrated that. Back in the day, everybody said, could never be done. You're not allowed to speak. We will diminish your influence. And again, I think a lot of that was due to the fact that anti-whites were paying for anti-whiteism, the anti-white villain from these groups. So as long as you have anti-whites among them, like the SPLC, paying for that, then you're not going to have white-centered focus. You're not going to have white positivity. But I also said that not only will the evidence be of the success of this, that they'll use our concepts, but they'll invert our concepts. And when they invert our concepts, that's a demonstration of my description of the narrative that the human animal lives in. And we can craft the narrative that our victimizers live in. Think about that. See, we've always been the only serious community. We've always been the only serious group of people in the resistance to anti-whiteism. We have always been. There's never been an actual, that's the big joke of this. There's never been like an actual panoply of endeavors to push back. There's been a lot of childishness. There's been a lot of stupidity. There's been a lot of self-serving content creators and org leaders and the like. But there's only ever been one resistance, only one strategy that is able to be articulated clearly from A to Z without the need for a God of the gaps, without the need for a, well, I'm not sure, something weird, I don't exactly know. We don't need any of that. And then demonstrability. It's you get to see the victories. You get to see it working over and over again. You get to see my predictions coming to fruition about the strategy over and over, like Nathan Lentini. How many times were we told, no, if you call anti-whites that, they're not going to care, they're not going to own. And Nathan Lentini went and called the smoke shop owner and his wife anti-white. We got it all on video. And what did they do? Exactly as I said. What about when No White Guilt Clips went and spoke to Jeff Deal the exact way I said to approach him? It played out exactly as I said. Not because I am working for Psychic Friends, although oddly enough, if I said it was because of something like that, we'd have far more people who would be interested in me and the work. Instead, I am coaching everyone to do this, and we have 100 people. But that's the reality of it. So yeah, the inversion, anti-black narrative, anti-blackism. I would love to drag some of these old jealous fools in front of a camera and make them own this shit. I would love it. Good to see you too, filthy, angry Irish peasant. Nameless one is here. Check out Logan Doss's analogy. It's above. Okay. Let's see. Did he tag me? Is this the one? I think of a white well-being lexicon as winged seeds. There aren't many of them,
but they take to the air and travel long distance. I love that. Especially if that's the one you're talking about or not. I mean, I love it. That's exactly how it works. Winged Productions is here. Good to see you, brother. For White Wellbeing is here. We played one of For White Wellbeing's videos when we got started Church of the West today. And it's completely glorious. Justin is with us. Great to see you. Justin and Robert have their Seeds of the Shade, talking about Seeds of the Shade Tree. Tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The fun continues. Sam Muski, 24/7. I see all of us swashing white well-being on X. That is what needs to be done every day to all our people. It's not a one and done thing. It's a daily practice. Precisely. Very well stated. That's how we got this far and win. Filthy, angry Irish peasant says Jason is living rent-free in her head. Yes. I have set up my pup tent because that's practically where I'm going to end up. Stumbling is with us. Great to see you, Stumbling. Ay is in the house. Gene is here. Whoa, Gene. What's going on? Gene Bond Art. Westman. Cindy Bin. All right. Let me jump down. Let's get to this. You know, Anti-Whites of X has done a great job in demonstrating the practice of facing anti-whiteism, which in iteration 2, we find on page 170. Let's see here. This is facing anti-whiteism is an exercise for developing and deepening the knowledge and skill sets you have acquired by going free. What has the Anti-Whites of X done? Well, we've shared with you, and we've celebrated this hero in these videos where he's going into banks, credit unions, and he's asking to give some feedback as a customer or potential customer and pointing out the anti-whiteism, and he's being received well. The old guy I was meeting with, I was telling him about it. He was astonished. Like he just can't conceptualize. He couldn't conceptualize how you could go in and object to our treatment in a way that they would receive you politely and they would pass the information along and their results would be achieved for the arresting of our victimization. He was like, did he get arrested? No. He can go in there and say, it's the Jews. I am Nazi. And the Jews are... No, because then he would have been arrested. Then he would have been investigated. Facing anti-whiteism increases your confidence and breaks your fear of expressing skepticism and disagreement. Moreover, by facing anti-whiteism, you learn to withdraw the moral authority you have given to the regime. And that's one of the really extremely important elements, psychological elements of combating anti-whiteism, is withdrawing the moral authority that you've given the regime. And it can be in various ways. It could be the university you went to. It could be the church you attended, or the church in general. It could be the country itself, or the idea of the country. You have projected and given this moral authority and therefore allegiance to. You have to withdraw that from those things. When you break down the conversation, starting the conversation about the anti-whiteism there, it loses the veneer of it being just and legitimate. That's one of the most important things you could do. Now, if you do that internally, you achieve something real. You achieve something that you can act on. If you claim it externally, that you shouldn't be loyal to the state, and you're not actually, but it's not happening when you're just talking about
disloyalty to the state. The state can prosecute you for that. They can prosecute you for sedition. You start talking about, the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots. You start talking that way, you haven't actually done anything to address where you've placed your loyalty, where you have invested that moral authority. But what you have done is you have propped up a giant red flag on your head because you're an imbecile, and the feds are going to look at that, anti-white feds, and they're going to say, prosecute, put that person in jail. You can't talk that way. We're in charge. So do you want to do something real relative to moral authority that you can work with and use and will be empowered by throughout your life? Or do you want to be a trumpeting childish bastard and talk tough and be arrested for it? You have learned to think of the regime as my country, my government, my church, my alma mater, and so forth. You have given it your obedience, faith, love, and loyalty. But the regime is harmful to our people, and therefore you as an individual. You owe it nothing. Obey its laws because the anti-whites will punish and imprison you for the slightest infraction. But when in your heart you rescind your obedience, faith, love, and loyalty, when you reorient yourself to white well-being, you and our people benefit in innumerable ways. Longer than we have time to discuss here. So very important. And this is part of the benefit of the practice within Go Free of facing anti-whiteism. Now, you don't have to go to your bank or prospective banks that you could become a customer of, like Anti-Whites X is doing, or you could work your way up to that. Facing anti-whiteism might mean with your best friend or friend group, or it might mean, as I point out, I think in this edition and iteration, writing letters to the local newspaper, even just the community newspaper. They might never get printed, but it's not whether or not they're printed, it's the practice of facing anti-whiteism. Because the moment you orient to face anti-whiteism, you will discover that there is a bête noire inside of you. It's the anti-whiteism. I listened to a little moment of Smash Anti-Whiteism talking, and I thought it was magnificent what he had to share in a space where he was talking about how he has, while he was growing up, and this is true for all of us, he's just smart enough to know it and brave enough to admit it, that we were all taught in so many ways, either said directly, but mostly implied, that non-white people had something to be embarrassed about, that we had to protect them from that we had to make them feel good about themselves because they had these ugly aspects about themselves. Some of that might be crime in the present. Some of it might be histories that were inglorious and ugly and maybe even not recorded because they couldn't write. So they had all of these embarrassing things. So we had to go out of our way to make them feel bigger, better, smarter, faster, superior to us. Then he went on to talk about how in conversations with non-white people, and of course this is going to hold true for all of us as well, and in particular with the angelized group of the black race, that he would catch himself. Everybody's done this. I've done this. You've done this. If you're honest, if you have a memory for shit, in a conversation with a black person or another non-white, and you're laughing harder at their jokes. You're telling them how smart they are for something that would, from another white person, you wouldn't think is smart at all, or just average to middling. You're celebrating their intelligence. You're celebrating their suavity. You're celebrating them just for being what they are. You're magnifying any potential positive quality automatically. Where is that coming from? That is the white guilting. That is the anti-white narrative. That is what we have been infected with. That's what our brains are poisoned with. We've all done this. I mean, just admit it. I hate these white people. If there's any group of people that deserve hatred, it's a lot of white people who will pretend like that's not the case because they're so insecure. But no, not me, not me. Absolutely. Those people that are saying not me, they're guilty of it more than everyone else. I have seen white people absolutely sycophantically fawn like dogs, wagging their tails and their tongues lolling out for non-white people who, right after the non-white people are gone, immediately revert to a completely different person, including being anti-non-white. So this is the reality. Now, you ignore it. The white race ignores it to its detriment. So smash anti-whiteism, big salutes to him for having the intelligence and the courage to admit, hey, I identified, like I've been in conversations, for example, with these people, and I'm asking myself, am I sure I'm making them feel like they're really smart? Am I sure like I'm making them feel like they are the biggest contributors to my society? Am I sure that I'm going? An animal cannot live this way. It cannot be healthy like this. We have to address that anti-whiteism inside of each and every single one of us. And that's the first thing you run into when you sit down to actually face anti-whiteism. It's going to be this bête noire, this black beast that appears in your mind, coming out of the subconscious, that's going to make you feel scared. I find it so, it's understandable, but I also find it contemptible when I see how scared white people get. All the excuses they make. So there's like a part, I'm ambivalent. There's a part of me that's like, I totally understand when you were, all through your childhood, you suffered this anti-white brain poisoning. And so now here you are an adult and you're like, but I just, it's just all of this. So at the same time, when I see them as adults, terrified, I feel contempt. It's just a reality. I'm being honest. Just being honest. I sympathize, I empathize, I understand, but at the same time, so you have to face anti-whiteism. That's where you begin to really take on the monster, the anti-white monster in your mind. So it might be something like talking with your best friend about it. It might be something like mentioning it in front of your somebody, roommate you live with, or it might be that you're writing that physical letter to the local paper. It might be that you're commenting online. And you'll see if we get to it here. I even recommend that even if your current account is anonymous, unless you feel really good about that, the anonymity of that account, and you don't mind it being, burned with the reputation that anti-whites will use on it, that maybe you have to make another account. If you feel like you have to be 3, 4, 5 links away from who you are in order to begin facing anti-whiteism, you've got to begin facing anti-whiteism, or you'll make no progress. And it is in these interactions, largely, not entirely, but it is in these interactions that we promulgate these concepts that liberate our people. The internet is an excellent place to face anti-whiteism. Your first step is to assume a nickname. Even if your opposition to anti-whiteism is already public, a nickname will enable you to more fully express your thoughts and challenge anti-whiteism than is possible using your real identity. A nickname will also enable you to build emotional strength and composure. So if you're out there with your real identity, maybe it's your Facebook and it's your real identity and everything, you might not be able to face anti-whiteism there. You might find that you're holding back because then you're fearful of the labels that are going to be laying upon you by anti-whites. Once you have chosen a nickname, commit to challenging all manifestations of anti-white thoughts, acts, and opinions on the internet. Identify frequent and post on video channels, articles, blogs, and forums that address socio-political subjects related to anti-whiteism, both directly and indirectly. Examples are YouTube content creators who address socio-political subjects, bloggers who write movie reviews, forums dedicated to parenting. So a great example is like something I do. If I'm looking at Instagram for quick news and laughs for us, and I see a bunch of anti-whites or vagues, and they're talking about something that's anti-white, they endorse it, I'll throw a comment in there. I know that anti-whites are going to come under it 100-fold and say F you Nazi and all that. I'm not going to engage with them. I'm facing anti-whiteism in that moment. I am. How do we have courage? Because we choose to have courage. That's what courage is. And we build the muscle of courage by doing it. If you with your anonymous account or virtually anonymous or whatever it is, if you can't leave a comment, and people here will be lying if they don't admit that they feel trepidatious about dropping a comment where a bunch of anti-whites are going off and saying, this is clearly anti-white. You all are a bunch of crazy anti-whites. And then just letting the sparks fly. You'll be lying if you didn't admit that you're trepidatious. But there are plenty of folks out there who don't do it because of that fear, even with an anonymous account. Instead, they like to go to spaces on X where they can, it's the vast majority of spaces, they've just descended into virtual bars. And that's what we will never allow, like the bar scene, a virtual bar scene. We will never allow that to happen with our shade tree spaces. It's not just going to be people sitting around like they used to be able to do in a bar, but you can't do in a bar anymore because people are so anti-white. So now what they do is they get online for the virtual bar experience. There should actually be a button you click on X Spaces, honestly, where you can add the background sound of a bar. Music playing low in the background, glasses clinking, somebody hollering every now and again, because you'll have these people who purport to be talking about what we can do, but really all they're doing is bullshitting, just like they would, and complaining, just like they always did at bars. And that's why so many good people didn't go to bars, because you couldn't go to a bar without some TARDIS trying to rope you into some sort of complaint about something that he can't do, and then talking about raising an army. Well, now these people can't even do it at bars anymore because the world's become so anti-white. They'll be identified. The anti-whites will kick the shit out of them, will physically assault them and beat the life out of them, and then they'll go get fired from their job. So instead, they get on X and other platforms. They get on these platforms and they sit around bullshitting just like they did at bars, and many of them drinking while they're sitting on the microphone, getting drunk like a loser, like the losers that they are in their lives, getting drunk while they're bullshitting on a microphone. And then they have the temerity to say that the only serious community, this one, doesn't know what we're doing, while they sit around and bullshit and complain. So don't be afraid to face anti-whiteism in the movie review blog. It doesn't matter. They don't need to be talking about anything socio-political. You can drop, this movie's anti-white as all hell. They white erase the shit out of this. Drop it and leave. And when you get the alerts of the anti-whites saying, oh, you effing, it's not about race, it's not, whatever it is, just ignore it. As you can see, there are very few good white people that want to actually do something that's serious. We are the only serious community. There are very few white people. So you better become an epic knight of the white table. You better become an epic knight of the white table. because we need you all to be demigods. Forums dedicated to parenting. Forums dedicated to parenting. Face anti-whiteism. It's going to be there. News websites where authors twist their coverage to conform to the anti-white narrative. Identify and face anti-whiteism across a spectrum of opinion. Right-wing writers and presenters are usually not as anti-white as those on the left, but all anti-whiteism threatens white well-being and must be challenged. So that's how we end up criticizing people who are ostensibly on the same side as us or object to our victimization, but maybe they're really taboo grifters. And that's why it's just ostensible that we're on the same side. They're just today saying something in defense of the white race, or maybe it's like a general taboo that they touch upon again and again and again while touching on poking other taboos, but where we can look and see this is harmful for our brothers and sisters. This is a harmful lens. These are harmful ideas for them to repeat. Resolve to identify and frequent and post several times a week. Again, facing anti-whiteism is like building muscle. You must continually work out to reap the rewards. However, do not limit your efforts to the internet. Think about how you can counter the anti-white narrative in your local or personal spheres. You can purchase ad space in your local paper. You can post flyers at your local grocery store. Write a letter to your town's paper about a local anti-white issue. Your letters to the editors are less likely to be published than those from anti-whites, but you will still benefit by exercising your newfound skills. There are nearly limitless ways you can criticize mean pathogens and share your story of going free. Remember, your testimonials are some of the most powerful things you can do for white well-being. You can also face anti-whiteism by creating white positive art. Use your newfound knowledge of going free, my live streams and videos, and local global events to write white positive prose and poetry, write white positive rock or synth, etc. Paint white positive paintings, carve white positive sculptures, and make white positive videography. Look to my white well-being community playlist on my social media platforms to be inspired by the white positive art created by others. I want to point out that this has been a part of Go Free forever, has been part of the Go Free practice forever. And now I want you to reflect on how recent the creation of so much white positive art. So where we can think it, where it's healthy, where it's based in love, hope, and redemption, we can manifest it in the real world, even without all of the dollars, even without the wealthy white people showing up, even against the odds of the molasses of red tape and anti-whites and whites who claim to be on our side, and etc. Once you have anonymously developed some of your going free skills, begin facing anti-whiteism in non-anonymous scenarios. Speak with those in your circles of influence who are likely or more likely to hold opinions that are similar to white well-being. Carefully select people who are less likely or less able to harm you for sharing thoughts that are not anti-white. So in other words, don't head right to your boss who might be a little bit anti-white and decide and is in a position to fire you and make any claim under the sun as to why they're getting rid of you, to begin these exercises, to work on this part of yourself. Remember, discussing any deviation from anti-whiteism can be contentious. Do not allow frustration to cause you to lose your temper, as such discussions can become verbally combative under those circumstances. Very important to remember when you're facing anti-whiteism. And especially in a face-to-face scenario, if you get some anti-white or some vague that really is clearly, especially if it's a radical anti-white, but some vague, just lowering the walls, then disengage and get out of the scenario. You don't be so anti-white and bolt or change the subject. Don't be so anti-white. I don't want to talk about it with you anymore because I don't like anti-white ideas and positions. So we'll have to talk about something else. You must focus on projecting positivity, white positivity. Remember, I don't know if I say it here, but you are a big part of the message. So you can't have an ugly demeanor. You can't have a weird, objectionable personality. You've got to come from a place of white positivity, optimism, growth, happiness, etc. That's the kind of person you have to be to convince people. You cannot be a conspiracy theorist. You don't want to, and we talk about in other places, burning your reputation. You don't want to burn your reputation repeating something ignorant or born out of a conspiracy theory, etc. You can discuss things that are at least reasonable to your audience that might originate out of one of those circles, but you are a step away from it. You're just an observer of it. And don't mingle your advocacy with Go Free, for white well-being, with some other weird thing that you have going on in your life. Just don't mingle it, because you're going to ruin your advocacy for white well-being. There are plenty of weird, everybody seems to have like their own weird ass thing. Don't mingle it with your advocacy for white well-being. Don't. Do not allow your inexperience to drive you into frustrated impatience and white negative language, because you will then look like the villain in the anti-white narrative. Recall that we are concerned with love, hope, and redemption. Our brothers and sisters are sick with MPs. They need our help, and we begin helping them by slowly introducing some new words to their vocabulary. Anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind, hush crime, anti-white narrative, white well-being, etc. Share a piece of news that affords you an opportunity to introduce one of these words. For example, did you hear about the new law that discriminates against our people? I can't believe how anti-white the system has become. Or, yeah, critical race theory is bad, but it is only one piece of anti-whiteism. Start small, inject a word here or there, develop your skills, reflect after every discussion, whether you feel like you did well or not. Review Go Free. Did you take the right approach? Did you use the right MC? Did you stay in our story? Consistently apply your new skills to your life and review. In time, you will notice latent strengths rising to the surface. You will become a better you, a better loved one, a better worker, a better advocate for yourself, your family, and our people. I'm going to take a look for any financial gifts. We'll listen to a piece of music and look at if any of you had tagged me as well. This from Shannon Oliver.
Futures hope, the West, a new sunrise. Through generations, our gift of home, ancient promise, born in timeless skies. Beauty, truth, and light, keepers of the fire, blueprint of the Western soul, to build a shining spire. Our path we laid, a sacred oath, in love of a Western kind.
Shining phases,
Futures hope,
the waste transcended time.
through generations,
Our gift of home,
sacred purpose of destinies aligned. Beauty, truth, and light, keepers of the fire,
Let's hear it for Shannon Oliver, ladies and gentlemen, the maker of this beautiful piece of music. Let's get out the raucous emojis and celebrate. We have two more coming in on Buy Me a Coffee. Man from Mars, $10 financial gift. $10, thank you so much. Man from Mars on Buy Me a Coffee. I am now on Buy Me a Coffee, and you can find the link in the description on YouTube, I think. Let me know if you can't. We also have the great Stumbling, 10 pounds. 10 pounds from the great Stumbling on Buy Me a Coffee, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for these heroes. Big salutes.
futures hope.
of destinies aligned.
Through generations,
The gift of home
and love of Western kind.
Totally beautiful. Big thank you again to Stumbling and Man from Mars, financially gifting over here on Buy Me a Coffee. Yes, yes. Very nice. Looking at this, I hope it's going to end up working well. Buy Me a Coffee, a member of the Coffee Army. Anti-whiteism 777. Whatever happened to that? I see 1 of 3, not 2 of 3. Kaku made the rich man. Richmond, Virginia. Oh, yeah. He disappeared. Yes.
loser. Anthony. Yeah, he does his stage name. Janitor says, Grogopedia, the articles are still up. And I just tried again, and they did load this time. So they weren't loading. Maybe it was a problem with the Grogopedia. They did not load last night. So thank you for taking a look at it. It is loading now. Azimuth Clark. Azimuth Clark, what a glorious testimonial. The book is life-changing, and it works. God bless you, man. Let's see if there are any other tags. The Thunder down under London is with us. Good to see you, brother. And let's see, we didn't miss anybody here. And let's celebrate on your feet. Raucous emojis, big salutes for the R-Man. The R-Man, ladies and gentlemen, is coming through with a $35 financial gift. Thank you so much, good sir. I really appreciate it. That's the R-Man to you. And he writes with that financial gift of 35 glorious white baby dollars. He writes, go free. Amen to that. And good to see you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Looking for tags. Don't forget, tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Seeds of the Shade Tree with the totally epic Robert and Justin. They're doing a fantastic job, these guys. And I think last Monday, Justin might have been on family vacation. So I think he's back. It's going to be better than ever. It's going to be a tanned white positive Justin to take back our destiny. All right, I don't see any tags over there. Land of the Fakes says anti-whiteism has created a dysfunctional malaise. So true. No comments on Odyssey. Nothing new here on X either. We do have another consequence of anti-whiteism that Tree Godfather sent me. Judge rules murder suspect not competent to stand trial in College of Charleston provost husband's killing. So there you have this. Look, take a look at this white female defense attorney, how delighted she is that she has caused the judge to come to the conclusion that this anti-white POS monster can't stand trial. So in other words, he gets to murder this white man. So gets to murder this white man, and then gets to have a brief stay at like a halfway house before he's released because he's not well. I agree, he's not well. So kill the motherfucker. That's what needs to be done. He's not well, so he should be killed, executed. But this is the consequences of anti-whiteism. A judge has ruled that the man charged with killing the husband of the College of Charleston's provost is not competent. So unless this guy was married to a guy, this is the female. The wife is the provost. The order was issued on Tuesday for Travis Wilson, who faces charges of murder and robbery in the 2020 death murder of 63-year-old Tom DeLorenzo. DeLorenzo was shot and killed by this anti-white animal. The ruling followed a competency hearing in which the Judge Young weighed two opposing assessments of Wilson. It's so absurd. It's so anti-white
it's such an inversion of our norms for law and order and justice and prosecution and punishment and protecting white people. One of the biggest reasons, of course, we talk about this often, that you execute this animal is for the people that he will harm moving forward. So you're not going to execute him. That means you are enabling, facilitating him to victimize other innocent people moving forward. So you're not having mercy for them. But this is how the female and anti-white mind works. Females feel all good about it. You know, we've seen these studies where the female part of the brain for empathy lights up even when the guilty is punished. So obviously that's meant for dealing with children. That thinking is meant for dealing with children, not with adults. So they shouldn't be in such positions. But of course, the biggest element of why we punish evildoers like this is because civilization. People have a contract, a social contract with their government to obey their government's laws so that their government could step in and provide certain things like protection from victimization. If the government won't do that, then why should I obey any of the social contract? That's how civilizations crumble. The court, and that kind of thing happens incrementally with a society. People find less and less reason to honor their social contract because it's not honored on the other side. This savage anti-white animal needs to be executed, not defended as too dumb, too much of a misfit to be punished. At issue was whether or not Wilson could understand the court proceedings and assist in his own defense. Why does he need to be able to assist in his defense? We don't need his assistance in his defense. You don't need that for him to be able to be defended. A question that drew conflicting conclusions from evaluators over several years. The court heard testimony from Dr. Christopher, a board-certified forensic psychologist who evaluated Wilson in 25 and reviewed multiple prior assessments. She testified. Let's see where she went. Is she going to be anti-white or is she going to be neutral? I doubt she's white positive. Guess we'll see. She testified that Wilson's responses during testing were inconsistent. Oh, right. What does that mean? That means that not that he's a bad liar or that this is a monster who should be executed post haste. No. It's that, well, all his responses are inconsistent, so therefore he shouldn't stand trial for what he did. I'm of the mind that, you know, when Dr. Christopher, when she says this, I'm of the mind that she should have to house this guy. Like her house should be the halfway house he gets to live in. The psychologist can come directly to her house. They can have the conversations there. The state can provide her with enough money for food and whatever electricity he'll be using, whatever water he'll be using. And then Dr. Christopher can just deal with the ramifications. But no, Dr. Christopher is she's relying on you being the victim of this animal, not her. She's relying on there being a herd of human beings out there for him to victimize. And the odds that she'll be the one victimized is slim. So I think we need to increase those odds by housing this guy, Travis, in her guest bedroom. How does that sound? Dr. Christopher said that the inconsistency was central to her conclusion that Wilson is not competent to stand trial. So he gave conflicting statements. I thought that was like the nuts and bolts of what detectives did. They got the person that was being, or people being investigated, to tell and retell their stories in order to identify inconsistencies so that they could say, aha, we have a liar. We have somebody who is lying, and now we can present that information to the jury, and we've caught, therefore, the person who is the liar and committed the crime. But no, this little cupcake comes in. This psychologist, a forensic psychologist, comes in and says, no, well, his inconsistencies in the crime he committed means not that he's a bad liar and therefore guilty and should be punished, but that he isn't intelligent enough to stand trial, isn't intelligent enough to be punished, isn't intelligent enough to give the family justice of the victim, isn't intelligent enough to give protection to the innocent people that he will victimize moving forward. He isn't intelligent enough to ensure the preservation and perpetuation of the social contract between citizens and their governmental bodies. That's what this little cupcake is doing, because she's experiencing anti-whiteism and empathy for the animal who committed the crime, in her professional opinion. Irish Peasant says that we have to be relatable to the normie. Absolutely. Got to be another person who is a positive and whose opinion, therefore, is legitimate. Raul is here. Hello. Rem is here. All these anti-white scum responsible for these anti-white monsters escaping justice for white erasure should live with them. Yes. Let me give a... All right. See if there are any other tags from me, and we will be rolling out. Oh, the screen just leapt on me. Cool Baba J Magic. I'll admit, I just had to trust you when I first heard you say it's a win for us when anti-whites flip go free concepts. I'm no moron, but I'm no genius either. When you say it's a win, I trust. Yeah, well, you've made the right decision, my brother. Corey's in the live chat. Good to see you, brother. Franklinator sharing the gators. Yeah, it's a huge win because it means that they are in our story. That's where the anti-white, the human animal is going to live in a story. And they can live in a story that is detrimental to us. And that story is determined by the concepts that are used. The concepts are the lens through which you view the world. The concepts and the ancillary emotions and etc. are the lenses through which we view the world. So the concepts determine the story you're in. The human animal is always going to live in a story. The story, the arc of the story, the narrative of the story, the concepts and where it leads are going to determine the well-being or ill-being. Now, technically, it doesn't have to result in anybody's ill-being, but the reality is on the basis of birth. But the reality is the anti-white narrative functions to the ill-being of Western kind. So when they are using the concepts, etc., provided them by anti-whites, those concepts always serve the anti-white narrative. When they take our concepts like anti-whiteism and they flip it into anti-blackism or anti-Jewishism or anti-Latinoism or any of these others, when they flip it inside of our story, by the simple fact of the flipping puts them in our story, where what is a tantamount to the anti-blackism, anti-whiteism? What was tantamount to racism? Nothing. So you see here how the flipping, what's tantamount to white lives matter is Black Lives Matter. So when you say Black Lives Matter, you are invoking, when you say white lives matter, you're invoking Black Lives Matter. So by invoking their terminology, you are legitimizing their ideology, their narrative. By using our terminology or the inverse, as you see with the white lives matter, you are invoking our ideology, our narrative. Where what? Where anti-whiteism is immoral, where anti-whiteism is evil. It's far harder for blacks who are saying that anti-blackism is evil to say that anti-whiteism is non-existent or just. Does that make sense? Then it would be within the anti-white narrative, where they had racism. And you can think about the Cirque du Soleil kind of pretzel shapes that people contorted themselves, trying to argue that it applied to everybody or that it was just an idea, it wasn't inherent to white people, or on and on. So yeah, every time we see that, every time they use our terminology, either literally or invert our terminology, that's them inside of our narrative. And that's the great competition of the age, is in what narrative are people going to live? And as we still have to be propagandized, we can assert the concepts. That means that we will be spoken to with. That means we can assert the narrative of the age. If we assert the narrative of the age as a white positive narrative, then our victimization comes to an end per the concepts in that narrative, because we're not going to articulate a narrative where our victimization can continue. Big salutes to everybody. Party continues, and then I'm back. It continues on Monday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm back then on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday for more victories, for more gloriousness in service to white well-being. You all have been magnificent. I want to salute you. Let's carry this on to the next level. Another epic week of service to white well-being. And I'll be looking for you all on the front lines. God bless you. Let's go free.